Members, please be seated.
Under government motions, motion number 80, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do rise to move motion number 80. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in second reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had about 10 hours of debate so far on Bill 64. There will be more over the next several stages inside this chamber. But it has become fairly clear that the official opposition continues to want to slow down this important piece of legislation, which is important to be able to implement the budget that has already passed this chamber, Mr. Speaker, and needs to be in place by June 1st. And so the government will take action to be able to make sure that this legislation can make its way through the legislative process, continue to have the appropriate amount of debate for its importance, Mr. Speaker, but not allow the official opposition to derail the process. It does not surprise me when it comes to this important piece of public land legislation that the official opposition would want to derail this process, and hopefully I'll get an opportunity to speak about this a little bit more tonight or during another reading, Mr. Speaker, but we do know that the official opposition's main purpose when they were in government, when it came to the management of the eastern slopes or public lands, was to attempt to shut Albertans out of their backyard. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to famously try to ban them in Clearwater County or the places that I call home, Mr. Speaker, through their secret bighorn plan that they worked very, very hard to make sure that people would not be able to utilize the backcountry. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, we were able to stop that, not to mention the debacle that was taking place in the southern portion of the province in the Castle area, Mr. Speaker, which I look forward to having an opportunity to be able to discuss. But the reality is that this important piece of legislation is supported by environmental organizations, by municipalities, and by user groups. And Mr. Speaker, that is an extraordinary rare moment. And I would say Trout's Unlimited in regards to this legislation. It says, the collection of user fees for random camping on public land is a good first step for the province in investing back into the protection and rehabilitation of areas that are overutilized. Recent increased interest in and use of our wild spaces makes this a timely investment. You go to RMA, Mr. Speaker. RMA applauds Alberta Environment and Parks for creating a fee program for backcountry random camping that will support responsible use of Alberta public lands. The program provides for an important revenue stream that will be invested directly in the safety, services, and protection of our public lands. Or to the Alberta Fish and Game Association, an important user group. Outdoor enthusiasts from around the world cherish Alberta's wilderness. With increased pressure every year in our backcountry from visitors, a public land camping pass means we can provide sustainable reinvestment on public lands for the boots on the ground needed to promote better conservation and waste management, Mr. Speaker. That's what the NDP wants to stop. They want to stop that level of cooperation on our Crown lands because, Mr. Speaker, again, and their record shows it, when it comes to Crown land, the NDP's primary goal is to stop Albertans from being able to access their own backyard, Mr. Speaker. Now, earlier today, the official opposition environment critic also said, and like something along the lines, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that he felt oil companies were doing good inside their first quarter and that job creators, Mr. Speaker, job creators should pay for people to be able to go random camp or have that type of experience. Mr. Speaker, not only do you see their secret plan to shut Crown lands to Albertans, Mr. Speaker, but their main goal is to make oil companies pay for people to be able to go camping. What's next? Do they want the oil companies to pay for us to take our kids to the zoo, Mr. Speaker? Where does it end when it comes to the official opposition? We know where they are headed. They want to block this legislation and go towards their plan, which was ban all access to the eastern slopes from human activity, Mr. Speaker, to stop people from doing the traditional activities that they have done for generations, Mr. Speaker. I know most of them don't even know where Rocky Mountain House is, Mr. Speaker, but they tried to do that. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? We're not going to let that happen, and we'll use every procedural means necessary at our disposal, Mr. Speaker, to make sure we can stop the NDP's secret plan and make sure Albertans can continue to enjoy their backyard.
Honourable members, one member from the official opposition has the opportunity to join in the debate. You have up to 5 minutes to speak. The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be back in the House talking about important aspects of legislation for the province of Alberta after having gone through a strange week in Alberta in terms of weather, having got a bit of a sunburn on one day, 3 days after a big snowstorm. And here I am in the legislature getting snowed again by the Minister of the Environment, who has made a speech filled with so many misleading statements that I'm just quite discouraged and would really like us to stick to the point here and not to go on all this long tirade of various things, mythologies they have about the past, of what happened, when in fact I can demonstrate that much of what he said it would not be validated by the facts. I do want to stick to the point of the matter here, and that is this government has made a decision that Albertans do not get a chance to have a fulsome discussion about how they will be taxed. A fundamental question of democratic liberty is the ability to question how you have been taxed and how that money will be spent. And this government has come forward and made the decision that Albertans are not going to be allowed to have that fully addressed and laid out on the table. And why? Why, you might ask, I'm sure you are. Why is it the government would want to shut this down and not hear from Albertans? Because the answer is quite simple, is that this government has the absolute worst record on the development of the public lands in this province that we have ever seen in the legislature. They have contravened years of history, including Conservative Party history, of the development of lands in this province, so that people may access lands that are truly wild and natural lands in which they can enjoy that which Alberta has available in a way that allows them to engage the land without scarring and ruining the land. Now, this Conservative government doesn't understand that. Doesn't understand that that's what people want to be able to do. They want to be able to engage Alberta, the natural Alberta, the wonderful thing that we have been all gifted with. Instead, they want to take this opportunity to take the voice away from Albertans and keep it in that small cabal of people that they apparently talk to about all these kinds of things. Because we know over the last number of months, they have been losing at extreme levels the support of Albertans around their handling of the environment. And this is a chance for them to shut down that concern, to stop Albertans from voicing what it is they have to say about the environment, and instead move on to do other, I'm sure, dastardly things toward the environment that consistent with what they've done so far. And I think this is very discouraging, using this political maneuver to simply make the decision that Albertans do not have representation attached to their taxation. A fundamental idea of democracy that whole countries have been established around, that there should not be taxation without representation. And here they are using this chance. They are using this legislature to stop them from doing those kinds of things. And they're mocking Albertans right now. The thousands of Albertans that have put up signs that say "Save our parks" have just been mocked by their own environment minister. The thousands and thousands of people that have gone to albertasfuture.ca to talk about environmental policy have just been mocked by this environment minister, as he mocks people all the time. So this is consistent with this government, I know. It fulfills their way of being in terms of their relationship with Albertans, and it is one that is clearly not okay with Albertans. One only has to look at the polls to see that they absolutely are disgusted with this kind of maneuver by this type of government. Thank you.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree to the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Are you guys ready? Honorable members, a division has been called on Government Motion 80. All those in the chamber in favor of Government Motion 80, please rise.
Ms. Isaac, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mrs. Ahir, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Nally, Ms. Furr, Mr. Tour, Ms. Lovely, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Mr. Horner, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Yassin, Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Long, Mr. Smith.
All those opposed in the chamber, please rise.
Ms. Gray, Ms. Ganley, Mr. Dack, Member Hoffman, Mr. Fian, Member Loyola, Member Ceci.
You guys ready? Honorable members, for those of you who are joining us remotely, before the Assembly is Government Motion 80. We will now do a roll call vote alphabetically by last name of those members participating. When you hear your name called, please unmute your mic, state your vote clearly and loudly, for or against. Once you've finished voting, please ensure that your microphone is muted. Please remember to leave your camera on during the duration of the voting period. Members in the chamber are reminded to remain in their seats until the conclusion of the division.
Mr. Amory.
In favor.
Mr. Egan.
Opposed.
Mr. Guthrie.
For.
Mr. Reed.
In favor.
Ms. Rosen.
In favor?
Mr. Rosewell.
In favor.
Mr. Rutherford.
In favor.
Honorable members, are there others wishing to vote remotely? If so, indicate now. Go ahead and get ready. Honorable members, joining us remotely and not naming any particular members, but a friendly reminder to everyone, and those particularly from Airdrie Cochrane, that it is mandatory that your attire would be the same as if you are in the chamber, and I use the word attire appropriately here. In the future, you may be prevented from casting a ballot should that come into question, or if you are more clever, like the honourable member for Edmonton Northwest, it is very difficult to tell if he is is appropriate. Now, honourable members, for the division.
Mr. Speaker, for the motion, 33, against 8.
That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under government bills and orders for second reading, Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021, debate adjourned.
Honourable members, we are on Amendment REF1. Are there any wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member... Oh, correction. Defeated on division. We are on the main bill, Government Bills and Orders, Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act. The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak to Bill 64. I would urge all members to vote against this bill, and that is for several reasons. One is that the way this bill is implemented, so where it applies to, will have it won't necessarily encourage the goals that the government claims that it will. Number two, it was brought in with very little notice. In fact, some folks had already booked camping reservations prior to the notice of this. And number three is that I don't believe it is appropriate to charge these fees, and that's for a couple reasons. One being, the purpose of these sort of public areas is for everyone to be able to have access to it, not for access to only be allowed to some people who have the money to do it. The other being, the government states that the money will go into parks, but this is kind of on a trust us basis, and I think in light of recent events, the best predictor of future behavior being past behavior, people are reluctant to trust this government for a number of reasons. And so I think it's insufficient to just say, trust us, especially since there is no legislative requirement in this bill that would require the money to be so used. So I'd like to begin by sort of talking about camping in the province of Alberta. Historically and generally, camping and hiking and that sort of thing, particularly in K-Country, has been something that's available to everyone. Certainly, I know going through the University of Calgary multiple times, in law school, you know, with a lot of people in from out of province, many of us use that as our form of recreation. Why? Well, because students are notably tend to be a little short on cash, especially students at this time when, you know, tuition is flying up through the roof, the amount charged on student loans is going up under this government, and so it has always been the case, I think, that students struggle to make ends meet. I can remember doing food bank drives on campus, and we would talk about the $1.67 a day that students on student loans had to eat in a day. So notably, there are some people for whom $90 is quite a lot of money. And I think it's unfair for those individuals to essentially be barred. Now, I think another thing worth noting here is that the government says that everyone's willing to pay to have money go back into the parks, but there's no way to know with certainty that the money will go back into the parks. There's no legislative requirement in here, and I think Albertans are right not to really trust this government's follow-through. There have been a number of issues on which this government has said one thing and then done another. They certainly didn't announce that they were rescinding the 1976 coal policy. They then, with great bluster, announced that they had rescinded the leases, except that it was a tiny portion of the leases because it was only the leases after a certain date. And that statement, I think, when the public heard it, they probably relied on it. It turned out not to be true. So I can see where people might have been troubled by that and might be troubled going forward. You know, This too was another situation, even the bringing in of the fees was a situation in which it was a bit of a surprise to people. It's not like people were given a year's notice or people had lots of time to adapt to this. It just came in sort of very suddenly. And so, I think members of the public can be forgiven for being skeptical that that money will in fact go back into parks simply on this government say-so. Because they have demonstrated, the coal consultation as well, they announced to great. And then the consultation wasn't about water, and it wasn't about, it wasn't really willing to consider sort of cumulative effects. It wasn't willing to consider a number of different things. And these were the things that were the primary areas of concern for people. So I think all of that is highly, highly problematic. I want to read a little bit here because I think it speaks very much to people's concerns here. So earlier this evening, we heard from the government House Leader referencing, the NDP and the secret plan and this and that. And I want to clarify that there was no secret plan. It was passed by way of legislation and published as a regulation like most regulations are, as they're required to be done. And really all that did is say, some uses are inconsistent. It can be very challenging if you're on a horse and an OHV goes by you. I think it's not unreasonable for people to say, for people who are hiking or on horses, to be able to say, well, this other use is inconsistent with our enjoyment of the land. So let's all get together and make some rules about who can go where. That's not locking anybody out. That's merely designating certain trails for certain uses, which is, we plan our entire society this way, right? You can't do certain things on a highway because the highway is for use by vehicles. You can't drive your car in the bike lane. You can't, in some circumstances, ride your bike on the sidewalk. We have designated different areas for different uses, and this is a totally normal part of people living in society. And in fact, that tends to increase as the population increases. And the reason for that is because as you get more and more users, you'll get sort of more of these interferences. So I want to clarify that there was never any plan to lock anyone else out. And in fact, this does a lot more to lock Albertans, quote unquote, out of their own backyard than land use planning or designating certain trails for certain uses ever could. Because in this case, if you don't have the money to pay, you really are locked out. So I would like to quote here, and this is from an article that was published in the Calgary Herald. It's from the Alberta Wilderness Association. Quote, the exemption of off-highway vehicle users will receive from paying the Kananaskis Conservation Pass fuels suspicions that the OHV constituency is a special interest that has Nixon's ear. McLean Creek is a focal point for one of 4 public land use zones in K-Country, the McLean Creek Off-Highway Vehicle Public Land Use Zone, as its name suggests, is land dedicated to HV use. McLean Creek is the only area in K-Country where you don't need to purchase a $90 vehicle permit. OHV users will not pay the conservation pass when they travel to ride their machines in McLean Creek. And so I think what I want to point out with that particular quote is that some people have been subject to this and some people have not. The government has claimed that it is for conservation purposes, but if it was for conservation purposes, why would you concentrate on people traveling on foot, which has significantly less impact on the land, compared to people traveling by vehicle? Now, I absolutely believe that regardless of how you choose to access the outdoors, you should have a right to do that, regardless of what your means is. But why is it the case that some users, i.e. those in off-highway vehicles, are being exempted from the fee, whereas other users, those who are pedestrians, who are walking, who are hiking, are subject to the fee? I think, to me, that really undercuts the government's argument that this is about conservation. Because, arguably, if you have a bunch of folks coming in that are gonna sort of hike on foot, it would take a lot of people to have the sort of same impact on trails and on riverbeds in particular that one OHV has. And yet those people would be putting, over $100 into the park system where the OHV puts in nothing. So I think this is creating a differential impact, and I think that differential impact is unfair. I also think that as Albertans, it's always been the case that we can go and take our families camping. Often there's a nominal fee on booking camping ahead of time, which I understand, but this is piling another fee on top of that fee. And I think that's going to be difficult for some Alberta families. I mentioned the students that I used to be with who often used these areas. There's no way they would have had the money to pay for this fee. And so I think, that's extremely problematic. It also locks out a number of low-income families. And I think that's extremely problematic. I think, this is just another way in which this government is placing a burden on families. Life is getting more expensive. We all know that average incomes have not kept pace with average costs. And I know I talk about this a lot because this sort of income inequality, this unaffordability, it's something that drove me to run in the first place. And I think this adds to that. It's just one more thing that's going to price a lot of families out. It's one more reason that, people who think, hey, it seems like a nice weekend to take the kids for a hike, might think twice and ultimately not do that. And, one of the nice things when I was growing up about camping and hiking in the Kananaskis country was that it was accessible to everyone. And that lack of accessibility is going to be problematic, I think. So those are, the different reasons that I am deeply suspicious of this. And I think it plays into an overall problem with this government. When I was first elected to this House with many members in 2015, at that time, it was common for folks to talk to each other across the floor and to talk to people on other sides. There was more of a congenial relationship, shall we say. And I'd often find myself talking to people and think, how do we wind up on different sides? We seem to have a lot in common. And one of the early things that made me realize that maybe what we lacked in common was just deeply different perspectives on the world, was the member for Calgary Hayes stood up, and we were at the time debating progressive taxation in Alberta. And he stood up and he was complaining about it, saying it's gonna impact people. And he said something that really made me go, oh, maybe that's what the difference is. And he said, I don't know anyone who makes less than $125,000 a year. And I thought, This perhaps explains the distinction that exists here. And I feel like this is just a continuation of that, a continuation of sort of failing to consider the different life experiences that people have had, failing to consider that not everyone has the same circumstances that we have, failing to consider that when we are sent to this place, we are sent here to govern for everyone. And that includes individuals who don't have $90 to pay for hiking. And so I think, this just, it comes in with a number of actions, right? So you see a government who has done nothing with respect to skyrocketing insurance rates that are a real burden on families. Not to mention a number of other increasing fees. You see also the withdrawal of support from municipalities who are not permitted to run deficits, and who do some pretty important things, policing, fire, that sort of thing. And so I think that's one of the many reasons I object to this bill. Thank you.
Honourable member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Government House Leader has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Calgary Mountain View for comments. Mr. Speaker, though I would appreciate the next time that she comes to Chamber, she may take time to actually read the bill. She spent most of her time talking about the Provincial Parks Act. This legislation is nothing to do with provincial parks. Nothing at all, Mr. Speaker. In fact, provincial parks are governed underneath a different act. Now, I do appreciate that she may want to talk about provincial parks inside Canada Asks, Mr. Speaker, but the reality is this legislation has nothing to do with provincial parks, showing yet again that the member and her party won't take anything serious, Mr. Speaker. Instead, just come to the chamber to give a speech complaining about something and not even actually talking about the legislation that's in front of her. And she gave herself away in her opening remarks when she talked, Mr. Speaker, about reservations. This bill, when you're dealing with random camping on Crown land, Mr. Speaker, there are no reservations. Right. If she would like to learn a little bit about the world outside of the city, I would welcome her to come to Rocky Mountain House anytime and see what random camping is. She clearly, Mr. Speaker, has never been exposed to random camping, that's fine, but clearly with that comment has not. And instead has focused her attention on the Provincial Parks Act, which is not before this chamber, Mr. Speaker. She also, unfortunately, through her friends in the Alberta Wilderness Association, who were a partnership organization with the NDP when they tried to, admitted now by the member inside this chamber, tried to shut Albertans out from the eastern slopes, not from dedicated trails, Mr. Speaker, but from an area that stretched from the national park all the way to Rimbey. A plan which was rejected by 5 counties, every First Nation community, and I look forward to speaking about that a little later when I talk about the bill, Mr. Speaker, about how the MLA from Rutherford failed as Indigenous Affairs Minister when it came to the Indigenous communities inside Clearwater County, when it came to their Bighorn plan, Mr. Speaker. But back to the member's comments. She uses the Alberta Wilderness Association to say that somehow ATV users will be exempt from paying anything in McLean Creek, Mr. Speaker. Again, showing she hasn't read the bill. That's the bill that's before the House, Mr. Speaker. That would bring in a random camping fee, which, by the way, was in the platform, Mr. Speaker. It was clearly discussed during the campaign, very popular with user groups, Mr. Speaker, and I will look forward to a couple of speeches later on tonight, tomorrow, where I'll talk about those user groups. But the point is that it was in the platform, not about provincial parks, like the member is speaking here, and guess what? Those that are inside McLean Creek that use that area to both random camp and use ATVs will be paying a fee, Mr. Speaker. Everything that member said was categorically false. And what is really appalling by it, and she should be ashamed of herself, is that she stood up in the chamber and then said that while debating the very piece of legislation that brings in the fees for the people inside McLean Creek. The NDP have no idea. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I think they don't even know where the eastern slopes are. They continually say that with their comments. They clearly have not been exposed to many of the stakeholder groups that use that area to recreate and do not take this issue seriously at all. It is, and I see the member from Calgary Ford. Maybe he's been random camping, but if he thinks that there's reservations for random camping, clearly he has not, Mr. Speaker. But I will use his words, Mr. Speaker, where he says modest fees we support, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting our areas. That's his words, the member for Calgary Ford. This Calgary Buffalo used to be Calgary Ford, I believe, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that this brings forward a simple user fee for random camping of $30 a year, Mr. Speaker. Most campgrounds that the NDP ran, you couldn't even get them for $30 a night, Mr. Speaker. And what it does is it brings forward a dedicated revenue fund, which is checked by the Auditor General, is established that it would have to be spent appropriately underneath the dedicated uses, Mr. Speaker. And what it does is it makes sure that we can keep those areas open for Albertans and stop the NDP's plan, stop it in its track of banning Albertans from the very landscapes that they recreate in, Mr. Speaker. And again, shame on them for not even taking a moment, Mr. Speaker, not even taking a moment to read the bill, and instead coming here and jumping the shark and talking about an act that's not even before the House. How could, remember Calgary Buffalo? Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. How could they do that, Mr. Speaker? How could they expect us to take them seriously, and then they come to the chamber and debate the Parks Act? The Parks Act's not on the table right now, Mr. Speaker. Not on the table. Shows you where the official opposition is. They just come here, obviously not to work, they just come here to complain, Mr. Speaker, because they can't even be bothered to read the bill that's before them. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for 29-2A. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate on Bill 64? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Having reviewed Hansard, it seems that we've seen about 6 weeks since the last outburst of that kind of behavior from that member in this House, Mr. Speaker, but at this point, I have to say...
Point of order has been called. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
The Honourable Member has been in this chamber long enough, she knows she can't refer to a member's absence, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, you did.
Is there anyone else wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to rise on this point of order, although the member did not refer to presence or absence. The member referred to looking at Hansard to see the last time the government House Leader got up, railed against one of the female members of our caucus, told them to be ashamed, and belittled them. That is a point in time and has nothing to do with where he's been in the meantime. That's just how long it's been since the last time we've experienced that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any other submissions? Seeing none, I am prepared to rule. I think the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora didn't specifically refer to the presence or absence of a member inside the chamber. I do, however, encourage all members to keep their comments about the content, about legislation as opposed to individuals, and generally speaking, that will increase decorum, not decrease it. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by recognizing the remarks that my colleague from Calgary Mountain View just shared, and the fact that many of the points about provincial parks were in response to the government House Leader's introduction of closure in this bill when he specifically spoke about the creation of parks shutting people out. So I think it's important that the record reflect the reality of what parks are, who enjoys parks, how they're engaged, when such blatant aggression and misinformation is thrown towards the official opposition. So I want to congratulate and thank my colleague for putting those points on the record. I, too, appreciate that this is the Public Lands Amendment Act. And, of course, there are public lands, there are provincial parks. When some people talk about parks being an effort to shut people out, I would say increasing fees, one of the natural consequences is that people will inevitably be shut out, whether it's public lands having fees attached to them or whether it's provincial parks and camping having fees tied to them. And I will also say that, like many Albertans, I've spent much time on the provincial parks website trying to book campsites, and it's been frustrating from time to time, especially recently. The last few weeks have been very frustrating. And I think what it says is that there's a high desire by Albertans to spend time outdoors, to spend time in their parks, and in turn to spend time in public lands. I would say that this year, I know there have been record sales last summer and this summer for outdoor sporting equipment, for bikes, for skateboards. Awesome skateboard shop in my riding, Local 124, they have an awesome sticker, it's on my binder. They have had record sales for most outdoor sporting equipment, including skateboards and other paraphernalia that goes along with it. And I think that speaks to the fact that Albertans are really embracing the fact that we have a great opportunity, both in urban, rural, and suburban centers, to spend time outdoors. And part of that, of course, includes spending time on public lands, including Kananaskis country. And when we bring in fees, like $30 per person per year, for a family of 4 or 6, that can be a significant barrier for low-income families who didn't see one before. So while some members of this Assembly don't believe that those kinds of fees are burdensome, many Alberta families do. And while some members of this Assembly spent the last election talking about getting rid of taxes and then coming to this place and propose increased taxes and fees and levies, it is incumbent upon the opposition, and I would argue all members of this Assembly, now we also have independent members, to remind the government of the realities of families right throughout this province and some of the hardships that they're facing. So when the government campaigned on getting rid of a tax, and then of course that tax was imposed on them anyway, and then now they're seeing extra taxes and fees, including of course personal income tax with the creep that happens through getting rid of indexing, when they see increased fees, like what's being tied here, to their access to public lands, they have every right to expect their elected representatives to highlight those for the government, to speak out on their behalf, and to demand better from the governing party. So at a time when more and more Albertans are looking to spend time outside, and we know that that's one of the, if people are to interact socially, that's one of the most harm-reduced ways to be able to do that, is to spend time outside, distanced, masked, in the middle of a pandemic. I think it would be wise for this Assembly and for the governing party to find ways to increase that access and increase those opportunities for Alberta families, instead of slapping more fees and burdens on them. I also have to say that we know that I am going to talk about camping fees because it goes hand in glove when it comes to accessing the wilderness and accessing parks. And I know many people will spend time, camping in public areas, including K-Country, as well as spending time in provincial campgrounds. So under this government, there's been a wide variety of costs that have come up, including camping fees. And they've been increased for 2 years in a row. And now here we have the government also bringing fees to public lands. The minister has indicated at estimates that he will potentially be looking at additional fees, and didn't even provide details about what those would be. I have a quote here, Mr. Speaker. Depending on user access and what the numbers are, the Alberta government will continue to look at user fees, including new user fees that I haven't identified today, to be able to make sure that our park system can operate fully. Well, it also could be funded in a way that ensured that parks could be funded fully, and so could public areas. We all care about the Eastern Slopes. I certainly expect that every member of this Assembly, that all Albertans care about the Eastern Slopes and are proud of the tremendous natural beauty, the ecosystems, the opportunities to explore and to feel a sense of pride, something that has been a travel destination for Albertans, for Canadians, and certainly for people from around the world. And I think that we deserve a government that will work to ensure that it is protected, that it is accessible, and that all Albertans, this generation and the next, can have opportunities to engage in spending time in the beautiful outdoors. So I also want to highlight that I feel that the tone of the last interjection speaks to the fact that the government isn't keen on us talking about their track record on parks, on public lands, on coal, on water, and I understand why. I get it. But I think that instead of the government trying to stifle the voices that are speaking out in support of affordable, accessible, natural areas, I think that the government should look at ways that they can increase opportunities for families to engage in those. I recall an exchange that the government house leader and I had in this house about where I grew up and where he grew up. And the thrust of the story is I did grow up hunting and fishing and spending time with my dad. We lived in Ontario for when I was youngest. And when I was in Ontario, I remember the first week my dad was principal at the school, some students brought some geese and left them on our door as a welcome to town present. And my mom, having grown up on a farm, was very good at pulling pin feathers. They were very generous students who left a significant number of geese, and eventually she had to surrender to the knife and find other ways to access the meat because there weren't enough hours in the day for her to be able to pull enough of those feathers. And why I tell this story is, and my dad was an avid hunter as well, is that of course there are fees for certain activities like hunting and fishing. We've all come to know and appreciate and respect that. And we know that the fees that you pay when you get a license go towards ensuring fairness, a fair playing field, and that rules are in place for people to follow to ensure that responsibilities around hunting on Crown land or private land, that there are fish and game officers who can enforce those types of behaviors being conducted in the appropriate places at the appropriate times by people who are licensed appropriately. That is fair and reasonable. My frustration with this bill, and particularly with the tone in which closure was brought in, is that the government made a bunch of decisions around the budget that included passing more fees and taxes on to individual Albertans. And the government says now it's an urgent matter that we must have closure. We can't take the time to debate this in a way that gives representation to those who are about to experience increased taxation because the government chose to adjourn the House for over a month. So rather than creating this pressure system where bills, according to the government House leader, need to be passed urgently, and we can't have an opportunity for fair debate in this place, and I would love to hear from independent members about how they feel about this increased taxation, especially given that they represent predominantly rural areas where there is a significant amount of people who enjoy spending time outdoors, including parks and including public lands. I would love to hear from members of the governing caucus who aren't in cabinet, who are being asked to come here and defend this bill. I think it would be important for the people who live in Banff Kananaskis to know that their representative is addressing the concerns that they've raised with me and with other members of our caucus around this legislation and others. I think it would be important to ensure that there are accountability measures within the bill, legal mechanisms that would guarantee that the fees collected are indeed going towards ensuring that they go towards public lands, as the minister has stated, but the legal mechanisms within the bill seem to be missing. So I would love to have private members tell us why they don't care about there being legal mechanisms within the bill to ensure that the fees that are being passed on to their constituents are indeed going towards the outcomes that the minister has declared. I think it's important that we all have opportunities to ask questions in this place and to represent our constituents who have every right to enjoy the natural beauty that is available to us in the province of Alberta, and that we are sent here to steward. And when I think about those hunters, fishers, anglers who spend time in the wilderness and the work that they do to help conserve and make sure that there's natural habitat for the fun that they engage in, but also for future generations to make sure that their children, their grandchildren can learn how to hunt and fish and engage in the opportunities that are available through recreation in Alberta, including in these public lands and the eastern slopes. I think it's important that we consider the impacts that this will have on their ability to pass on some of those traditions within their own families. And again, I know that some people don't think that $30 per person is cost prohibitive, but I will tell you there are a lot of families right now who are really struggling, because the government's failed to deliver on jobs, who are struggling because they've seen extra cost downloaded on them when they had to stay home from work to support remote home learning, who are struggling because they had to invest in additional technology or increased Wi-Fi capacity so their kids could have an opportunity to learn during the third shutdown of schools, who are struggling because they had to take time off work without pay when they were sick. There are a lot of families who are struggling right now. So to download an additional $120 on simply a family of 4 per year, for them to be able to continue to use the same outdoor opportunities on public lands, I think is disrespectful to those Albertans who are struggling so much right now. And I think that if the government wanted to make the maintenance of public lands a priority, that there are many people in Alberta, including members of this assembly, who'd be happy to support them in that. Because we all, I think, are very proud, again, of the natural gifts that Alberta has, the opportunities that we have to recreate in those areas. And instead of spending time downloading costs onto ordinary families and trying to be focused on personalities, I think it would be wise for all members of this assembly to take the opportunity to reflect on a time where maybe those of us in this room have had less disposable income than we do today. And do we think that we should be in a position to shut off access to beautiful public lands to families who don't have the luxury to be able to pay these additional fees? I don't think we do. I think that we are here as stewards, but that the public lands that we're here discussing belong to the public, and that members of the public should be able to access them full stop. And I do think it is important that we have, of course, some rules, regulations to govern behaviors on them. I think that that's fair and responsible, but the government doesn't need to bring in excessive fees that limit access to so many families, so many working families who are really struggling right now at this time. So again, I side with my colleague from Calgary Mountain View and calling on my colleagues in this assembly to consider voting against this proposed legislation at second reading. I don't think that it benefits the members of this assembly to come into this place and argue in defense of additional fees when they haven't given this full due consideration.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, just to be clear again for the chamber, as we do know that this was a very clear platform commitment written out right to even the money that we spent on it. That is the difference between the government caucus and that member's caucus, who I will remind you famously ran on a carbon tax that they lied to Albertans about, Mr. Speaker. That's the difference. This is a campaign. I apologize for pointing out they're lying, and I will withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. It's not parliamentary.
Order. Listen, if you wanted the Speaker's job, you could have ran for it.
Apologize and withdraw.
Agreed. But I will provide direction and correction that we have spent much time speaking about the use of the word lying. I know that you've heard it and encourage you to use the direction.
For sure, Mr. Speaker. One of the weird things about parliamentary process is pointing out that somebody is lying is inappropriate, and I do apologize, withdraw for that. The point being was that they ran on, they didn't bother to tell anybody about the carbon tax, but they're upset about us running on a clear platform commitment that says that we would bring in random camping fees. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? With the brief time I have on 29-2A, I'd like to actually point out that the member from Edmonton-Glenora, was part of a government who sat on this side of the aisle while Kananaskis, who that she continues to want to talk about Kananaskis Provincial Park, so why not? Though it's not, Provincial Park's not part of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, but fine. Sat on that side of the aisle while Kananaskis went up to 5.4 million visitors. Did they do anything to help Kananaskis? Nothing. And what happened during that period of time, Mr. Speaker? And I see the member for Peace River and Otley inside this chamber, and he's been a passionate advocate, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, for his constituents' provincial campgrounds up inside that area. He's been in my office lots and has advocated hard on it. Deserves a tremendous amount of credit for it. And one of the things that he will tell you, and every member of this chamber knows, is it's a struggle to get maintenance money for the campgrounds inside our constituencies, because you know what was happening, Mr. Speaker, underneath the NDP watch? All of our campgrounds money, all of the fees that our constituents pay to go camping inside our campgrounds, Mr. Speaker, was going to pay for Kananaskis. Now, Kananaskis is a great place. We're going to make sure to protect it. But all the money from everywhere else in the province had to go to pay for Kananaskis' high services that they need to run the busiest mountain park in North America. 5.4 million people, more than Banff, Mr. Speaker. Last year alone had more search and rescue calls than every mountain park in the Rocky Mountains. Think about that. More search and rescue calls. This past weekend, a record amount of search and rescue calls. The officials that work very hard in our department out on 16 or 17 search and rescue calls this weekend alone. The municipal district of Kananaskis, the MD, has 50, check this out, 50% of their entire budget goes to emergency services, of which only 1% are their constituents, the rest of people visiting Kananaskis. It costs a lot of money to run a place like that. It's still going to continue to cost a lot of money. The government, even with the country conservation fee in place, will subsidize Kananaskis to the tune of 50%, which means when that member and anybody else goes camping within Kananaskis, we will be paying, the taxpayer will be paying for 50% of that experience, Mr. Speaker. But at the same time, with that conservation fee coming in, now you're seeing 20 new armed officers hired this year, 50 new FTEs to be able to work inside the eastern slopes, significant investments in visitor centers, being able to make sure our fire department can work inside Kananaskis, being able to make sure search and rescue will be there when you get in trouble. Well, what did that member do, the member from Edmonton Glenora, when she was in government with Kananaskis? Nothing. They cut ribbons, they renamed things, and they sat on their hands while Kananaskis began to fall apart, Mr. Speaker. There's a reason Joe Lougheed, Peter Lougheed's son, supports the Kananaskis Conservation Pass, and the reason is because he knows it's the way to give stability to that beautiful park, to be able to make sure that it will be here for future generations to come, Mr. Speaker. Fees for mountain parks are not new. In fact, Kananaskis was the only location that we could find anywhere in the world of that magnitude inside the mountains that did not have a fee, including in our own province, Waterton National Park, Banff National Park, Jasper National Park, Elk National Park here just outside of Edmonton, all have reasonable fees, Mr. Speaker. But again, at the end of the day, this is actually not about park fees. It's about public land fees, things like random camping and ATV fees. Now, I do know the member for Calgary Mountain View has indicated she's okay with shutting Albertans out from their trails, indicated that she was trying to help horseback riders or something along those lines. It's interesting, the largest Eastern Slopes horseback riding group, the Friends of the Eastern Slopes, were against the Bighorn Plan, so you may have forgot to call the horseback guys to make sure that they were okay with your plan. But the reality is they've admitted that their main goal was to shut access to certain types of Albertans that they didn't agree with. Well, Mr. Speaker, we reject that. Instead, we ran on a clear platform commitment to bring in modest fees, dedicated revenue, Mr. Speaker. The legal mechanisms are already set up, as they know, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General will check it, but that's the alternative. The NDP want to shut you out. We're going to make sure that we protect the areas that we care about.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for Standing Order 29-2A. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? No. The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just want to begin my debate on Public Lands Amendment. Of course, $20 per person fee for a 3-day pass and $30 per person fee for an annual pass, with just a reflection on some value differences that are inherent in the approaches of the two sides. My colleagues from Edmonton Glenora and Calgary Mountain View, I think, and I share the value that is evident in the statement by the NDP Environment and Parks critic. And this is what he said when he was at a press conference. He said, at a time where Albertans are looking to be outside as much as possible and explore our beautiful province, the UCP are once again doing everything they can to hammer household budgets. Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act, introduces day use fees for public lands. It is now $20 per person fee for a 3-day pass and $30 per person for an annual pass. And that gets, and my colleague from Edmonton Glenora referenced this statement made by the Minister of Environment and Parks during estimates this year. Depending on user access and what the numbers are, the government will continue to look at user fees, including new user fees that I haven't identified today, to be able to make sure that our park system can fully operate. Mr. Speaker, if that doesn't kind of give you a sense of the difference in values between the official opposition NDP that are concerned for the everyday Albertans and their household budgets, and the UCP Minister of the Environment that is saying, you know, these user fees could be followed by additional user fees, we'll just see. I would submit the reason that those user fees are now being charged for Albertans in Bill 64, once we see what the full extent of those are, is because the government hasn't been doing such a good job bringing in policy in this province. Much of the bad policy they brought in is around fiscal issues, fiscal policy, like their failed trickle-down economic policy of $4.7 billion in tax giveaways to wealthy corporations to the detriment of millions of Albertans who, as my colleague from Edmonton-Glenora rightly pointed out, have to pay more and more in taxes to this provincial government because that the tax bracket creep was not halted, was not paid for by the provincial government, like we did every year. We made sure that Albertans, during one of the worst recessions in 2015, 2016 that happened in this province, we made sure that they're protected from that tax bracket not going, from that tax bracket not changing, and them not having to pay more and more taxes. Mr. Speaker, that $4.7 billion tax giveaway to wealthy corporations has not created any kind of growth in this province. In fact, we're on the losing end of any GDP growth when relative to all other Canadian provinces. Mr. Speaker, wealthy corporations did not use it to generate economic activity for this province. What they did do with it, and we saw that repeatedly, is that they contributed to the pockets of their shareholders with additional payments on shares. And what they also did was make sure that the corporation was healthy, and some, in fact, left this province. So the tax giveaway hasn't helped. That's a failed economic policy, which we are paying for through decisions like this Public Lands Amendment Act, like the charges to users of the Kananaskis that the Minister of the Environment was just talking about, $90 per year. We also saw that the government, again, made an equity investment in a pipeline that was killed on the first day of the President of the United States coming into the U.S. office after a long campaign. So that $1.5 billion was a failed gamble, Mr. Speaker, and Albertans, again, are paying for that. And they're paying for it, like through the Kananaskis fees that are new. They're paying for it through Bill 64, which, as the minister so rightly said, will make all users on public lands pay $30 annually or $20 for a 3-day pass. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's not a record of that anyone can be proud of in terms of increasing the charges on people for the things that we typically have seen us be able to enjoy in our own backyard. Mr. Speaker, the minister got up and talked about how his government was doing all the great things they're doing. Mr. Speaker, I know that's not true because in my area, like so many areas of this province, Albertans do not buy it. They have sprouted Defend Alberta Park signs everywhere. And that's not something I created. That's something I certainly understand the concerns Albertans have. because this government's not been transparent. This government's not been forthright about its activities with regard to the eastern slopes. We saw that repeatedly on the concern Albertans have brought forward with regard to coal mining on the eastern slopes. You know, the minister got up and said, well, you ran on something you didn't, you brought in something you didn't run on, carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, I didn't see the coal policy, eliminating the coal policy in the platform of the UCP. Maybe it was there, but you know, I don't think Albertans knew it, and so I would argue that there's not a lot of transparency, there's not a lot of clarity in terms of the actions of this government with regard to what they're going to do. And Albertans are just seeing that again in this Kananaskis increase fees in public lands amendment. You know, it may be in the platform, but Albertans, all Albertans didn't participate in that platform. So it's new to them. I would agree with my colleague from Calgary Mountain View that for most Albertans, Public Lands Amendment Act is something that's come out of the blue. There has been little notice with regard to all of this. It does change how much Albertans have to pay, of course, and for this area of the province, the eastern slopes, not an area that I've camped in greatly. I tend to go into the park system, whether that's Kananaskis or neighboring parks in BC or Banff National Parks or Jasper National Park, and use the campgrounds in those areas. This will be something that Albertans will not see as a positive to their parks experience or their public lands experience. I certainly think that we have outlined our concerns and details. I'm opposed to it. I think that there can be some, there rightly is this will not rightly be applied to certain groups of people which have, as I understand it, the constitutional use of lands. So that's a positive thing. And volunteers for the area in different aspects of helping out the park system will be exempt as well. But that still does not bring it to the point of something that can be supported, Mr. Speaker. We know that Albertans need to be physically distant. They still are required to be physically distant from each other. And what better way for that to happen than to access public lands and to enjoy nature and to take that opportunity to explore our beautiful province together with their family cohorts. I think that the fees on these public lands probably is this fee is just probably the beginning, as the minister indicated at estimates that he can potentially look at other fees to be brought in as well. And he wouldn't have to. It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. He wouldn't have to do it if his government didn't tend to misuse revenues coming into this province or expend on things like an equity investment on a pipeline that wasn't going to go, that everyone knew wasn't going to happen except this government. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to advocate for the proper investments in things like parks and things like outdoor uses, encourage municipalities to invest in their recreational opportunities for their own citizens so that people can know that they can go outside, be safe, enjoy themselves, perhaps develop skills, abilities that they didn't have before, but to charge them for that really is a problem. And as my colleague from Edmonton, Glenora, identified, I mean, the cost per person on an annual basis of $30 annually for families of whatever size is prohibitive. The value set of, it seems like the UCP government is people have to pay. Well, ours is, you know, the individuals and corporations should be fairly taxed. And if they are, then we can afford the things that the general population can enjoy together, like parks and campsites and opportunities for outdoor recreation use. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't be supporting this bill. The time allocation that is brought in to make it happen for June 1st, or I think that's what the minister identified, is another way that this government is endeavoring to bring fast-track things so that Albertans, you know, can't have an opportunity to marshal their concerns, like they've shown us over the coal policy that was rightly pushed back by Albertans once they knew that there was the government was in fact pulling the wool over their eyes and kind of saying that things will be okay, you know, selling off large tracts of eastern slope lands for coal companies to explore and to change forever the face of our mountains in that area. So I won't be supporting that. I will be supporting good policy that encourages Albertans to have healthy lifestyles. And this Public Lands Amendment Act is another charge that this government is putting on the households of Albertans, like the critic for our caucus has released that information. And I think as much as possible, we need to encourage Albertans to explore our beautiful province instead of hammering their household budgets, as is repeatedly done by the UCP government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment, the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClellan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the comments from a member from Calgary Buffalo and others that preceded him on both sides of the House caused me to wonder about the method of payment for these fees proposed under this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And what a slight bit of time spent researching will reveal is that the government seems very intent on wanting to know who's actually where. In other words, keeping track of the location of Albertans who are using the parks, because this system of payment, Mr. Speaker, that the government proposes is one where it's necessary to register one's vehicle license plate number in order to pay and access the park. So it's a license plate registration-based payment system for our parks access. So they may not be using drones, Mr. Speaker. That may have been caught as an excessive measure by the Minister for Environment and Parks. But indeed, what they are doing is keeping track of people who are entering the park system by using a license plate-based registration and payment system to buy our parks passes, which sometimes is a concern to individuals who would really, if they're going random camping on public lands, like to be random for the whole time that they happen to be out there, and like to know that perhaps maybe the government isn't exactly knowledgeable about where they are, that they can go camping with full knowledge that nobody in the world other than themselves know actually where they're camping. But tell you what, not with this government. You have to register your license plate number to buy a pass in order to go camping, rather than in, say, the national parks, where it's simply a system based on a number of people in a vehicle. You buy a pass that is going to allow you up to 7 people in a vehicle, but that vehicle doesn't have its license plate recorded, and you can go any time of the day or week during the time that your pass is valid without the government having to track your license plate. But maybe there's another reason, because this government seems to like doing things about license plates, and perhaps it's also going to be involved in the tolling of other pieces of infrastructure in Alberta.
I hesitate to interrupt, but pursuant to Government Motion 80, I am now required to put all questions necessary to dispose of second reading. Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable the Minister of Environment and Parks for second reading of Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honorable members, a division has been called for second reading of Bill 64. All those in favor of second reading, please rise.
Ms. Isaac, the Honorable Mr. Panda, the Honorable Mrs. Savage, the Honorable Mr. Nixon, the Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Amory, the Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honorable Mr. Copping, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Scow, the Honorable Mr. Nally, Ms. Furr, Mrs. Allard, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Horner, Mr. Milliken, Mr. Yassin, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, the Honorable Mr. Taves, the Honorable Ms. Schultz, the Honorable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Jones, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Long, Mr. Smith, Mr. Rain.
Honorable members present in the chamber that are opposed, please rise.
Ms. Gray, Ms. Ganley, Mr. Dack, Member Hoffman, Mr. Fian, Member Loyola, Member Ceci.
Any members joining the Assembly online this evening, before you is second reading of Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act. Although we will now do the roll call alphabetically for those of you who are participating online. When you hear your name, please unmute the mic, state your vote clearly and loudly, for or against. Once you've finished, please ensure that your microphone is muted. Remember to leave your cameras on for the duration of the division. Members in the chamber are reminded to please remain seated. The table.
Mr. Guthrie.
For.
Mr. Reid.
In favor.
Ms. Rosen.
In favor?
Mr. Rosewell.
In favor.
Mr. Rutherford.
In favor.
Mr. Turton.
In favor.
Honorable members online, is there any other members wishing to vote? The table.
Mr. Speaker, for the motion 35, against 7.
That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021 is now read a second time.
Committee as a whole.
Thank you, honourable members. I would like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered at this time? I see the Honourable Government House Leader has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to rise to discuss Bill 64 this evening. Lots of stuff to talk about with this important piece of legislation, and I expect to hear much debate throughout the evening and into the rest of the week as we continue with this important bill inside this chamber. I do want to take the opportunity, though, and respond to a couple things. First of all, that the member from Edmonton Rutherford raised in his comments inside second reading on this legislation, I think are very important to address for this chamber to understand this legislation. The first thing was that he indicated concerns with this legislation in regards to the context that it was not campaigned on, Mr. Speaker. That it was done in secret, Mr. Speaker. That it was not discussed with Albertans, Mr. Speaker, and implied that this was part of a large track record when it comes to consulting with Albertans about camping fees, Mr. Speaker. Pretty rich from a member who used to be a cabinet minister of a government who never bothered to mention about bringing in the largest tax increase in the history of the province, the job-killing carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, and then got elected and bring it forward. Particularly given on page 85 of the platform that our party ran on, Mr. Speaker, it says apply a mandatory $30 trail fee for off-highway vehicles and camping trailers to pay for the restoration and creating off-highway vehicle trails and preventing damage in Alberta's great outdoors, Mr. Speaker. Right there in the platform, exactly what we would do. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I think is important to understand is how that ended up in the platform. At the time, Mr. Speaker, the NDP government, some of my colleagues may not have been in politics at the time, they would have known that, but the NDP was moving forward in the dying days of their government with a plan that they called the Bighorn Plan, which encompassed an area from Banff National Park, west of Rocky Mountain House and Sundre, all the way to Rimbey, into Ponoka County. That's a long way for those of you who know Banff to Ponoka. Almost about close to 2/3 of my constituency would fall underneath the Bighorn Plan, which evidently, Mr. Speaker, appeared to be named after the Bighorn First Nation that was in that area. But get this, Mr. Chair, and that member from the MLA for Edmonton Rutherford was the Indigenous Affairs Minister at the time. Nobody bothered to even call the Bighorn Nation. Nobody even bothered to call and tell them that they were going to name a plan, let alone discuss how this would work within their traditional territories. They didn't call one county. They didn't call the mayors of Rocky Mountain House. In fact, when we pushed them finally to do some consultation on this plan, some public consultation on the plan, they forgot Sundre. They forgot the entire town of Sundre exists, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. Now, I can't forget Sundre exists because I'm from there. So I fought hard to be able to make sure Sundre and Rocky Mountain House would be able to have public meetings. Famously, the government of the day implied that there was RCMP investigations, which would come out later on, that there was no RCMP investigations. They implied that my constituents were threatening to them. But when the RCMP checked, when people checked with the RCMP made clear that there was no such investigation of those issues. And in fact, the Minister of Environment had to finally apologize at the day. That's how we ended up in that spot. A spot where every county from Brazeau County to Mountain View County, Ponoka County, Lacombe County, Clearwater County, Bighorn County, Wetaskiwin County, on and on. The town of Rocky Mountain House, the town of Rimbey, the town of Ponoka, the town of Drayton Valley, the town of Sundre, the town of Caroline, the town of Eckville, the town of Bentley, all together coming out against the NDP's plan that nobody bothered to call them about. Now, I wasn't surprised by that because that was the NDP's track record at the time. What I was shocked about, though, was when I was called by the leadership of the Ochis, the Sunchild, the Bighorn people, and the Small Boys Camp in Clearwater County, that they were not even talked to by that minister or by that government about a life-changing plan for their traditional territory. Shameful. In fact, Mr. Speaker, after pressure from me, they finally went there 2 days before that plan was supposed to be in place. They went out and saw the Bighorn Nation. I was there at the school. It was shocking, it's embarrassing, and to this day, those communities are still upset about the way that the NDP treated them, Mr. Speaker. They should be absolutely upset about that. Further to that, never bothered to talk to any of the Albertans that also live there besides the First Nation communities, nor the people that recreated there. And you've heard the members admit tonight that their goal was to take a particular user group or particular user groups and not allow them to use their own backyard, the place that we call home. These MLAs from Edmonton, who, by the way, at the time couldn't even be bothered to drive to Clearwater County and to stand with the mountains behind them and talk about what they were going to do to my home, had the nerve to announce it at the YMCA in downtown Edmonton with a backdrop of a picture of my community. That was their consultation. It was shameful and it was embarrassing, Mr. Speaker. Now, what was clear, though, is that those of us who've called the community home, and I ran a lodge inside the Eastern Slopes for a very long time. I ran campgrounds inside the Eastern Slopes. I know the area well, and there are environmental concerns that needed to be addressed around random camping and ATV use. And in fact, the user groups have been saying that the entire time. But the NDP, working on their secret plan to stop them from being able to go in their backyard, didn't bother to sit down and talk to them. But I did, Mr. Speaker. And what we heard was clearly that they needed some sort of a dedicated revenue source that could go towards hiring enforcement. You know, the community of Nordic, one fish and wildlife officer, Mr. Chair, one fish and wildlife officer. They were too short, dealing with 100,000 people sometimes camped outside their community. Of course they needed help. The second thing that they would have heard is that our volunteer search and rescue crews, our volunteer municipal fire departments, and our municipalities, because they are neighboring a community like that where people like to recreate, are disproportionately impacted, and they needed help. Our volunteer search and rescue crews, Rocky Search and Rescue, one of the best in the province. That's all by volunteers, including aircraft time, helicopters, mountain rescue. When your kids go out camping west of Rocky Mountain House, if they get in trouble, it's my constituents who are going to climb in their helicopters and go get them. And if you sat down with them, you would have realized they needed help. So a little bit of financial support for training and equipment to be able to make sure that they were able to do that long term, as well as municipalities when they're dealing with their fire department. And third was that all of the ATV organizations and the random camping organizations were looking for partnerships to be able to build sustainable trails, particularly water crossings, knowing that they would not be torn down later on, so that there could be stability before they installed these type of things across the Eastern Slopes. Now, of course, the NDP have already admitted their plan was just to wipe those guys right out, which was terrible for tourism, but certainly moving towards their goal. But this group says, no, we need dedicated source. These are the groups that represent the people that ATV out there, that random camp out there, coming and saying, look, we want to put in a modest fee structure. We want it to be dedicated to those three things: enforcement, helping with search and rescue municipalities, because communities like Rocky Mountain House, 7,000 to 8,000 people, Sundre, 3,000 plus people, having 100,000 people camping out there on a long weekend, it puts a tremendous burden on them. And then lastly, a partnership with great organizations who are protecting the environment and making sustainable structure. So we said, after consulting with them, that we would put in our platform a commitment to bring in that fee for ATVs and that fee for random camping. Now, you may ask real quick why you ain't doing the ATV fee yet. That's because there already is registration fees, and I don't want to see a situation where we end up with double dipping. So we're working with Service Alberta to make sure that users' fees are ending up in the spot to be able to help that landscape. But the point is that we ran on that commitment, extremely transparent, and a heck of a lot better plan. Their plan, ban everybody that uses the area. Don't let you go random camping no more. They're bringing in public land use zones and gone. No more random camping. They want to talk about protecting access. They were going to tell everybody they couldn't go out there and camp. They were gone, off the landscape. Couldn't go out there and use the trails that they have for a generation. And instead, we said, this is our plan. We brought it forward, ran on it. It was very popular, and it has wide support during the campaign, particularly by the user groups. It also, Mr. Chair, and I think this is very important, has support of the communities. Remember, this rejected by the First Nation communities in every county and municipal district in the area rejected the NDP plan. What's Clearwater County have to say about this bill and the direction that we're headed? Clearwater County, and I quote from the Reeve, fully supports the province's implementation of a low-cost fee and investment in the fees into conservation and management of public lands. The county appreciates the province's proposed legislation. A random camping fee revenue would provide an essential source of funding to ensure public lands have sufficient facilities and services to respond to the increasing visitor demands. The MD of Bighorn is supportive of all policies and regulations that promote wise stewardship and improve public safety on remote government of Alberta landscapes. Alberta will update processes and practices for the better simply because we must. Frankly, we all enjoy tomorrow what we planned for today. Abundance will only flow with the demonstration of respect. Brazeau County, one of the most vocal against the NDP's plan, Our council supports outdoor recreation and camping opportunities in our beautiful county, and we welcome this initiative where new camping fees go back into public lands and even further enhance the outdoor Brazos experience for residents and visitors alike. And Crow's Nest Pass, not to keep it all in my neck of the woods, with the municipality of Crow's Nest Pass being located in the heart of the Eastern Slopes, we are so very proud of the recreation opportunities available to our residents and visitors alike. We are in favor of legislation that would see implementing fees that would be redirected back into land directly for the purpose of protecting and conserving the natural habitats, enforcement of the rules for the benefit of all users, with the anticipated outcome resulting in overall visitor safety and enjoyment. And the County of Grand Prairie, last of all, there's many more, but I'll finish with this one, supports Bill 64 for the improvement of public lands in Alberta. Visitors to these natural areas will make a small investment with a significant impact on conservation in these natural areas. Although the bill focuses on the Eastern Slopes, we have worked with the province on similar projects in our own backyard and look forward to seeing this initiative move forward across the province, Mr. Speaker. Quote after quote from municipalities, quote after quote from user groups, Mr. Speaker, that use these locations, thanking us for bringing it forward. The members continue to want to talk about Kananaskis, and I want to stress, the Parks Act is different than this act. The Parks Act already gives the minister the ability to charge fees, which we do. We did under the NDP and we do under this government to be able to recoup some of the costs of running world-class parks. But what I would really like to draw your attention to is a quote from the municipal district of Kananaskis, the community, the ratepayers that live in Kananaskis, and the chair of that group. As a local government which shares its physical boundaries with Kananaskis country, Kananaskis Improvement District Council supports implementation of a Kananaskis Conservation Pass. We recognize that public service comes with a cost and that user fees are proven and an effective tool for allocating these costs to those who benefit from them. Kananaskis Improvement District Council believes this program will provide sustainable funding required to ensure that facilities and services within Alberta's playground continue to be maintained and enhanced for both current and future generations to enjoy. That is from the chair of the municipal district, whose total operating budget, 50% of her total operating budget goes just to pay for emergency services, of which 99% of the calls are not her constituents. They recognize the benefit. Now, just in case, the argument from across the way would be that this is not about the environment, that this would just be, of course, municipal districts don't want to pay all the fees for us to go camping and we should just make them do that. I think that's fairly problematic to ask a community of a couple hundred in the case of Kananaskis, or a community of a few thousand in the case of Rocky Mountain House or Sundre to pay for hundreds of thousands of people's camping opportunities. But in case that's where the other side wants to go, let me quote the Friends of Kananaskis, who are dedicated to protecting Kananaskis. The Friends of Kananaskis country take pride in partnering with the government of Alberta to preserve Kananaskis country's precious natural resources and balance of recreational needs for present and future generations. The Kananaskis Conservation Pass will provide a stable and consistent source of revenue to maintain the ecological integrity and strengthen Kananaskis country's sustainability, Mr. Speaker. I keep going all day on this. NGOs, municipalities, user groups, all supporting reasonable fees to be able to use one of the most precious resources that we have, both the Eastern Slopes and, of course, Kananaskis within that Eastern Slopes, to continue to have services. In the case of Kananaskis, a lot of them. 24 hours a day search and rescue, paved roads, sewer, washrooms, visitor centers, parking lots, one of our biggest costs that we have to deal with, to be able to get 5.4 million people to be able to visit that mountain park a year. 1 million more people than Banff. And what does Banff have, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair? A fee, has for almost a century, Mr. Speaker, because they're able to maintain it. In fact, every major mountain park in the world has a fee, because that's the only way to be able to maintain that level of use on the landscape. 5.4 million people has a significant impact on the landscape. And we have a responsibility to make sure that we protect Kananaskis for future generations, Mr. Speaker. And we heard loud and clear, both through polling and surveys at parks, that people support paying modest fees as long as it goes back to paying for it. The other argument that the official opposition makes is that somehow this is not dedicated revenue. Now, they're being disingenuous with that, Mr. Chair, because the reality is that they know the Treasury Board process has already been established. Dedicated revenue has to go to dedicated purposes. It's audited by the Auditor General, and this is a clear dedicated purpose that this would take place. The same purpose as camping fees. It goes to the exact same process, Mr. Speaker, that party used when they were doing camping fees when they were in power. Why the NDP opposes this is because it doesn't fit with their plan. It's the same reason why the MLA for Edmonton-Rutherford didn't bother to talk to 4 First Nation communities before they brought in the largest land use plan in the history of the province. It's the same way that their Minister of Municipal Affairs couldn't be bothered to pick up the phone and talk to Rocky Mountain House. It's the same reason why their Premier allowed them to forget that Sundre even existed while they tried to make a land use plan. And Mr. Speaker, it's the same reason why their Environment Minister stood by while that party accused my communities of threatening government officials, and it turned out that it wasn't true, Mr. Speaker. Because their goal at the end of the day, and they admitted it, the MLA for Mountain View, Calgary Mountain View, admitted tonight, their goal was to go after certain select user groups that did not sit with their vision of the Eastern Slopes and to ban them. To ban them. Though interestingly enough, every user group was against it. The horse guys, the snowmobile guys, the ATV guys, the quad, or the hiking guys, the hunting groups, they were all against the NDP's plan because they don't know our community and they had no idea how to do it. Instead, now you're going to see millions of dollars invested in protecting these landscapes, 20 new armed conservation officers out this year in this budget, 50 new FTEs on top of the landscape, Mr. Speaker, an increase to the parks and public land budget to be able to make sure that we can implement it because we have to. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I won't let us fail like the NDP did. The NDP focused their time on cutting ribbons and naming parks and didn't bother to go help the people in those spots. They sat by while Kananaskis went to that high user group use with no investment, and instead took the money from the parks inside my community and many of yours and sent it to Kananaskis to pay the bill. They stood by while Kananaskis ended up last year alone, as an example, with more search and rescue calls than every mountain park in the province and in BC. Think about that. That's how much that community has been dealing with. And those search and rescue units are my responsibility as the minister. We need to make sure that they have the resources. This last weekend alone, a record amount of search and rescue calls as they have to go and deal with that situation, Mr. Speaker. They need proper funding. And no longer can the entire province pay for Kananaskis. I have to go, Mr. Speaker, as the minister, and make sure I can maintain those other campgrounds inside, as I said, and I truly mean this, the MLA for Peace River and Otley, who's advocated significantly for his campgrounds, and I just keep seeing him there, and I know he has. We've got to pay for those too, and it's not fair for his constituents, all their money, to go over to Kananaskis. We've heard consistently from the user groups of Kananaskis that they're comfortable with it. In fact, we did a trial on cross-country skiing this winter to see how it would work. It was voluntary. Everybody was paid. They're happy to be able to come and participate with it. Now, lastly, at the end of the day, this bill itself is about public lands. And you saw tonight, Mr. Chair, the disingenuousness of the NDP, who had the nerve to stand in this House and imply that people who ATV or random camp inside the Eastern Slopes were somehow exempt, and only the people that went to Kananaskis were going to have to pay their fair way. At the same time that that's actually the bill that's in the House. We're not debating a bill about provincial park fees. The Provincial Parks Act, which is not in this chamber, already allows the minister to charge fees. We do have for years. The NDP did, and governments before and governments after us will continue to use the Parks Act to do that. This bill is about public lands. So at the same time as the member from Calgary Mountain View stood up in the chamber and had the nerve to say that people using McLean Creek or out in Grand Prairie in the Eastern Slopes or down south in the Eastern Slopes would not have to pay, well, she's debating a bill that will create a framework for them to bring in a modest fee for them to pay. That either means, Mr. Chair, she never bothered to read the bill and the NDP just came here to argue, wouldn't surprise me. Or two, that she wants to spend her time talking about an issue that's not before the chamber because she can't defend or argue about why, something, but by the way, Mr. Chair, their environment minister supported during the last campaign when we said we would bring forward a modest fee. They can't. So instead they're going to make it about something else, not about random camping and ATVs inside the Eastern Slopes. My communities, Mr. Chair, need help when it comes to managing this issue. That help is coming. Rocky Mountain House and Sundre, I use them as an example because I know it well, but there are other communities like that inside the Eastern Slopes. They need help, and I rest assured that's why they support this so much. That help is coming. We will not be like the NDP and sit by while our search and rescue guys call for help. We will not be like the NDP while our campers say, hey, where's the enforcement? We will not be like the NDP when we don't hire enough Fish and Wildlife officers to deal with bear encounters. We will not be like the NDP where we let our volunteer search and rescue people go out there all alone without the proper investment. We will not abandon our mayors, Mr. Speaker, and we will make sure that we manage Her Majesty's force, make sure it can be protected now and for future generations, that people can enjoy it, and most importantly, Mr. Chair, We will never take the NDP's approach of locking Albertans out of their very own backyard. That was fundamentally rejected, Mr. Chair, and we will never, ever let them do that to us again, Mr. Chair. They can stop that right now. Full stop. Albertans are allowed in their backyard. The NDP's plan is unacceptable, and this is an appropriate plan to be able to move forward.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. One of the most the fondest memories that I have of actually being with my boys is exploring Alberta. And I'll never forget one particular summer, I happened to be reading a biography of Chief Smallboy. It was recommended to me by a friend who is, of course, Indigenous, and had the opportunity to really delve into the legacy that Chief Smallboy left us here in this particular province, and the history of him leading his people, actually off reserve, so that they could have the freedoms of being an Indigenous community on the land right here in Alberta. Something which I think a lot of people identify with. You know, I think that it's ironic that this particular bill is coming from this government, because, you know, conservative government after conservative government, they like to talk about freedom. And we just heard from the Environment Minister that municipalities were asking for this. But of course, you have to put it within the context that this government is not providing enough resources to begin with to a lot of these municipalities. So of course, when you're not being provided the economic resources on behalf of the province to provide a lot of the services that these municipalities have to provide, then the only option that they have at that point is then to go to this type of user fee. So I think it's really important that we put it into that context. Okay? Now, of course, this is about public land. Public land. Meaning that it belongs to the people. It belongs to the people of Alberta. And the people of Alberta have been accessing these public lands. And it's, and Mr. Chair, it's really beautiful land. Like, I'll never forget that summer when we read the biography of Chief Smallboy. We ended up taking the David Thompson Highway out towards the mountains. We came across the Kootenay Plains and then drove up to Brazeau County. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful land. And my boys and I, we just spent a lot of time just hiking through that area, just really enjoying it. And like many Albertans do, you just kind of, well, in that particular year, we just happened to just, a lot of people like will go up there in their RVs, but we were just camping. We just like pitched the tent wherever we wanted to, because of course, that's what Albertans can do until now with this particular bill. They could actually pitch a tent anywhere they wanted there for a maximum of 14 days. Set up camp for a couple of weeks, and then like a lot of people do, we'll just pick up and then go to the next spot for a little bit. But they had the freedom of doing so on these public lands. Now again, I remind you, Mr. Chair, that this government isn't providing the sufficient economic resources to municipalities so that they can provide the services that they need to provide. Not only for them, but all the people who would like to explore these public lands have that opportunity to go out there and get more familiarized with the beauty that is Alberta. Now, the other aspect of this particular bill that I have an issue with, and why I believe that my colleagues on this side of the House and I are not supportive of it, is the fact that there's no legal mechanism that actually guarantees that the fees collected will actually go towards the public lands. This is an important factor that needs to be considered when we're talking about this bill. Now, the Minister of the Environment has stated that he's consulted with people, he's heard from people, that they were in favor of a fee. But I would very much like to know how those consultations actually occurred, what was said. Because it seems that from what was quoted by the minister in this House just not minutes ago, was actually that the intent, or at least what was communicated to these people who are now in support of a fee, is that the monies collected would then actually go towards the services that would then be provided on these public lands. But within the bill that we have before us, there is actually no legal mechanism that guarantees that to be the case. And because of that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce an amendment, please. So I will wait until those arrive there at the table for you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As is the case in Committee of the Whole during this time, of course, if you'd like a copy, then please feel free to put up your hand and one will be delivered. There will also be copies at each table close to each entrance. If the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie could move his amendment to the one that is, it looks like, on behalf of the member for Edmonton Gold Bar. If you could read it in for the record, that would be super appreciated. Also, as all members may know from the recent standing order changes, we also need an electronic copy emailed to the table officers, if that within, preferably as quick as possible. Obviously, we're doing something new here, but I'm getting thumbs up. So
we're doing that through 3:15. We brought an amendment to 3:15, and they'll send it to the table.
Okay, perfect. So again, if the Honourable Member could please continue and read it in for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So on behalf of the member from Edmonton Gold Bar, I move that Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021, be amended in Section 5 by adding the following immediately after the proposed clause I.1. I.2, despite subsection 2, the manner by which the minister must, on an annual basis, make publicly available a report on all fees collected under subclause I.1, and the manner in which those public monies were expended by the government. Again, Mr. Chair, I make issue of this, and I think that this is an important amendment that we make to this particular piece of proposed legislation because from the minister's own comments within this chamber, and him and what he was stating when he was actually sharing with certain members of the public when it actually came to the implementation of the potential implementation of a fee, right? And I mean, I think that it's very important that I believe that he even quoted a letter from one of the Reeves where the Reeve even actually stated that, well, if this fee is then going to go directly to services that will then be provided on public lands, then by all means, they would get behind it. And although, you know, I would much rather live in a world where I could access these public lands without having to pay a fee, because of course, oh, I forgot to mention, Mr. Chair, that it was that particular summer where I went out with my boys. We were having a particular difficult summer economically. We, you know, we didn't, it's not as if we were down and out, but of course we didn't have the kind of money that we had in previous years, or that I have the privilege of having right now. So it was a little bit challenging. And that was one of the reasons why we actually went to a place where we wouldn't have to pay camping fees in that particular year. And I would even venture to say that this is a reality that a lot of Albertans they face. And you know, whereas some people do have the means, they do have the privilege, not everybody does. And so it's really important that, okay, well, if these fees are then going to be charged to Albertans, then at least we can assure Albertans that the money that they are paying into the coffers of the government are then actually going to be used for the services provided by municipalities on these lands, as was discussed by the minister. So it's really important that this government, that the minister, be responsible to the people of Alberta, and that they provide a report on how the monies are being spent that are indeed being collected by this fee. I think it's the minimum, the absolute minimum that this minister can actually do if he's going to be implementing this fee. If his government and his caucus members are going to support such a bill, this is the minimum that they can do in order to assure Albertans that the money that they're going to be paying for this fee so that they can camp on public lands will then actually be used towards that end. And as I stated, the bill does not provide for any kind of guarantees that the fees would be reinvested back into public land management. I mean, I know the minister states so, but within the bill, there's actually no guarantee that it will be so. So this is what my main focus is. And as I stated before, there was a preconceived notion that if they were to implement this kind of a fee, that they would indeed use it as such. But there is no guarantee that that is the case. So I think that with this particular amendment, we would then have an actual record, and not only a record, but then the minister would actually have to report back to Albertans annually, actually describing how the monies are actually being implemented. This would create for a greater level of transparency, something that the minister just got up minutes ago and actually stated that he was all for. Being absolutely transparent on how these monies would then be spent, actually benefiting the areas where the people would actually be camping. I think that this government has slipped on other pieces of proposed legislation where they've lost the trust of Albertans on certain aspects. And in order to actually show that they do want to be transparent, that they actually do want to follow through with what their intention is in terms of making sure that these monies are then reinvested into public land management, that this is the very least that this minister could do. And I encourage all members of this House to actually support this amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Member for bringing forward the amendment. The good news is that the process is already in place. In fact, this is handled through the dedicated revenue process that's already in place in government. It requires there to be a report. It is handled through the budget process that includes the audit, Mr. Chair, and all money that goes in must be matched with going out, and it must go back to the area where the fee was collected. So it already takes place. We don't need to reestablish that in every piece of legislation. The policy is already in place. And in fact, Mr. Chair, same policy that was in place when that member was in government to be able to do that with things like hunting and fishing licenses. Now, I know the member from Edmonton-Glenora rose earlier. It said that only people that hunt and fish should have to pay a fee. That one I found, I didn't have enough time to deal with that one, Mr. Chair, in the 2928 to examine that one a little bit more. But only people that hunt and fish, the NDP thinks should pay a fee, but nobody else should pay a fee. That was the position of the deputy leader of the NDP inside the chamber. Now, the reality is that when she was in government and that member was in government, they did charge hunting and fishing licenses. Governments have before them do that, and that money does go back, actually through dedicated revenue, back to the resource, through our partnerships with the Alberta Conservation Association, and through mechanisms within the department. Another interesting mechanism of dedicated revenue, and again, that member did it when he was in government, is camping fees, which is just like this, and all the camping fees that are collected at campgrounds, even when he was in government, go to dedicated revenue, and they must go back to the resource, and that's checked and reported on through the budget process. So this amendment would be redundant. We already do that inside this province, and you should, and let me be very, very clear. Every dollar associated with the Kananaskis conservation fee and the random camping fee must, just like any other park fee, go back to the resource. Every dollar, and every dollar will, and that will be checked through the process. I do really just want to quickly go back, though, to say that is not a new concept. The member from Edmonton-Glenora, as she was indicating that all hunting and fishing people should have to pay all the bill for everybody else in the public land, acknowledged that that dedicated revenue process works. You know, Teddy Roosevelt, the President of the United States, the bull, Mr. Chair, once gave a speech when he had a bullet in his lung. He still got up and gave a speech. He was a tough guy, but one thing that he was very, very focused on was conservation. He brought in most of the modern hunting and fishing practices that we still use today. He brought in the concept of hunters paying to be able to help preserve the game and the landscape that we keep care of. And that we utilize for the resource that we're able to utilize on the landscape. And nobody pays more for conservation anywhere, frankly, in the world, than hunting and fishing groups, Mr. Chair. And the same process will apply here for the dedicated revenue source to go through it. Now, you know the other interesting thing about Teddy Roosevelt, President Roosevelt? Yellowstone National Park. Ultimately, which would go on to make Banff National Park and the national park systems that we rely on inside this province. And do you know what they have, Mr. Chair? They have a fee. They have a fee. Not to access an area. There are lots of places in this province where you're still able to access for free, and there should be. But they have a fee for the world-class services that they have to provide inside a mountain park. Again, going back to Kananaskis, 5.4 million people going to a tight landscape like that, one of the most valuable landscapes in our province that needs to be conserved. At the same time, we have to provide all the services for those 5.4 million people. And we have to make sure that landscape survives so that 5.4 million people in 100 years will still be able to go and enjoy that park, just like Banff. I don't see the NDP standing there with picket signs outside Banff National Park demanding that they get rid of their fee after 100 years of having a fee. Of course not. But when they come into this chamber, and your main argument, Mr. Chair, is that only people that are hunt or fish should have to pay the fees to be able to preserve Crown land. I do also have to say, no, I will not be supporting this amendment because it's redundant. But I do have to say to the honourable member, to quote small boy in any way, and to refer to that in any way, when he was part of a government who could not be bothered to call the 4 First Nation communities when they were doing land use planning in the David Thompson corridor, is shameful, Mr. Chair. And he should rise in this chamber and apologize to those 4 First Nation communities, to their chiefs, to their people, and to the municipalities that are also in that area. That they had the nerve to try to bring in the largest land use plan ever in the history of the province and couldn't even be bothered to call the First Nation people that have called that place home for a millennium, and then would have the nerve to stand inside this chamber and quote him, Mr. Chair. That's exactly what's wrong with the NDP. Their focus is on their ideological agenda. They've admitted it today. Their focus is on stopping certain people from being able to use the landscapes that they don't agree with. And they do not care, and they showed it. They don't care about the communities that are actually impacted by it because they never listen, Mr. Chair, because if they listened, they would support this legislation because it's exactly what those communities and exactly what those user groups have asked for. I also want to make one other thing very, very clear. Our First Nation friends who call the Eastern Slopes home, as well as everywhere else, those First Nation communities that don't call the Eastern Slopes home, they are 100% exempt from this legislation, as they should be. And they have full access to their traditional lands and will continue to, Mr. Chair. And let me tell you, when I sit there and I talk, I was just actually the other day with Chiefs, with Chief Beaver Bones and his entire council before COVID got bad, so I guess not about two and a half months ago. And it came up, and once it was very, very clear that Chiefs and all First Nation people would be exempt to be able to get on their traditional lands, entire council, overwhelming support. This is exactly what we need you to do, Minister. They know what's coming, all these people that are outside their community, and they know there needs to be a revenue source to be able to manage that, and that money doesn't grow on trees, and they fully support it. What's the difference there, Mr. Chair? What's the difference there? We took the time to talk to the First Nation community. We took the time to talk to the chief. We took the time to talk to Rocky Mountain House. I mean, that member must be frustrated that when his party was in power, that their minister, the only thing that they could do at that time was stand up and imply that there was danger from the people of Rocky Mountain House and Sundre, and they had to shut down the town halls, and there was all these RCMP investigations happening into those town halls. How insulting to my community. I'm still offended by it to this day. I was at every one of those town halls. Nothing threatening happened. They had to admit it in the end. Imagine if they said that about the community that you represent. Said that about the communities that I represent. So standing up inside this chamber and pretending like you speak for a community that you haven't even spoken to about this issue is shameful, Mr. Chair. And if you're going to bring forward an amendment that already happens, quite frankly, is a waste of time, and I would encourage members to vote down this redundant amendment.
We are on Amendment A1. Are there any members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I particularly enjoyed hearing from the Honourable Member of Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House, Sundre, and hearing the passion that he has for this bill. And particularly what really moved me was hearing the support that we have for it. The consultations with First Nations communities, because remember, we decided early on in our mandate that First Nations were going to be our partners as we move forward, and I think this is just one more example. But also hearing from the Honourable Member the other partnerships that use these Kananaskis that support this. So, I think that we've made some good progress tonight, and on that note, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that we adjourn debate.
For clarity, we'll be reporting progress when the committee rises. So, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Associate Minister for Natural Gas and Electricity to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill number 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021, when the committee rises. Are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. I'll deal with it. Yep. The Committee of the Whole now has under consideration Bill number 56, Local Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered at this time on the bill? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that. I just want to speak to this on Committee of the Whole. And, last week I was looking through the reporting that was done across Alberta from many small towns, and I am starting to see municipalities across this province say they have no other choice but to go to their constituents, to go to their taxpayers, ratepayers, with increases to local property taxes and taxes of other sorts for industrial or commercial purposes, commercial properties. Mr. Speaker, and that was what I raised when I first spoke to Bill 56. The second part, which is the changes to the MSI, Municipal Sustainability Initiative monies. I said at the time that, and I gave several quotes from different municipal leaders across the province where they were saying, you know, we're probably going to have to increase taxes as a result of the reductions that are coming forward from the government, the major associations that are stakeholders with government for AUMA and RMA. To a person said that if there are cuts to MSI, what will happen across the province, their members will likely have to increase taxes. Now, in Calgary's case, they're not going to be increases taxes directly onto residents, residents and commercial property, but they will be utilizing some monies that they had put aside for capital investments. So they're taking down their reserves, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they freeze taxes for their locals. But you know what, and here's a quote from the mayor. On one hand, he says they want us to build stuff and create jobs and get this economy going. That was my addition to that. But on the other hand, they want to take money away we need to build stuff and create jobs. So it's really contradictory and a problem that we're going to be seeing, as I said, in more numerous cases across this province where municipalities will rightly say, you know, we're counting on these monies and this province is unilaterally deciding to push out for 3 years an agreement that was promised in the platform of that government. The platform that is sacrosanct, apparently, and what the Minister of Environment was just quoting as, you know, transparent approach to government. Well, they're pushing it out for 3 years. So that wasn't something that anybody saw coming because it was in the platform. It talked about bringing it in when 2022, 2023, during the course of this government's tenure. And that's not going to happen. It's now been pushed back 3 years to 2024 to 2025. And the escalator clause for revenue increases to the province through revenue it generates has been cut in half as well. So where the previous NDP government agreed to city charters agreement with the 2 large cities and an escalator to revenues that they could expect going in the future, both starting earlier and a higher escalator. Both of those things are chopped as a result of this government's bad fiscal policy decisions that have left it bereft of revenue and expended on monies on things that were never going to happen that all taxpayers are now paying for. Mr. Speaker, you just have to look at the newspapers when this was introduced to see quotes from around the province of municipal leaders, directors of finance for municipalities, reeves in different municipalities, all saying the same thing, that they are bracing for the cuts, not only in MSI for infrastructure spending, but for all other areas where they know that they're going to be having difficulty collecting on revenues because this government has given a holiday or a pass to some bad oil and gas actors who have stopped paying their local taxes. And as we know from RMA, that's this year, there's a total of this year and the last year, it's up to $245 million where they are out at the local level because of the non-payment of taxes, and this government has made it more difficult for them to collect taxes from these from the oil and gas sector going forward in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, the situation's pretty dire with some municipalities. It means that our neighbor to the east, the Saskatchewan Municipalities Association, has a far different working relationship with their provincial government, Saskatchewan. In fact, the president, Mr. Hayward, says Saskatchewan's hometowns understand the difficulties of preparing a budget with limited resources, so they appreciate the province's investments in municipalities, including stable funding provided for the 21-22 year through the Municipal Revenue Sharing Agreement. Mr. Speaker, far different than what is happening with municipalities in this province under the UCP government. We also know that in addition to, as I said, reports from leaders across this province at the municipal level and county level, we will be seeing them report out that they can't do it with the taxes that they're getting right now. And they were counting on the MSI agreement with this province, and their faith in this province to follow through with that has been, in my view, completely shattered. This government is finding every possible way to increase costs on Albertans, and we heard that from the previous speaker with regard to the Public Lands Bill, Amendment Act that is before us. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to, in Committee of the Whole, to introduce an amendment to Bill 56, the Local Measures Amendment Act, and I'll wait till you have that in your hand before I proceed any further.
Member, if you could please continue, if you could read it in for the record, that would be appreciated, and then continue with your comments.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With, of course, the concurrence of Parliamentary Council, Member Ceci, to move that Bill 56, Local Measures Statutes Amendment Act, be amended in Section 2 by adding the following immediately after subsection 3. And that would be 3.1. The following is added immediately after Section 11. And that reads, Mr. Speaker, to review by special committee of the Legislative Assembly, 11.1, within 1 year of coming into force of Section 2 of the Local Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2021, a special committee of the legislature must, A, begin a comprehensive review of the amendments made by that section, including any impacts on the financial stability of municipalities in Alberta. B, in completing its review, consult with representatives of municipalities impacted by these changes made to municipal funding by the amendments referred to in Clause A, and C, submit to the Legislative Assembly within 6 months of beginning the review a report that includes any amendments to this act recommended by special committee. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. Mr. Speaker, the reason that this referral to a committee to not a referral, a review by a committee to understand the impacts of this legislation is because we know already that municipalities across the province are having difficulties, Mr. Speaker. They have a different accounting experience than the province of Alberta, meaning that they cannot run deficits. The province of Alberta can do that, and it's running massive deficits at this point in time, in part because of the failed fiscal policies that have been brought forward by this government in the hope of a trickle-down economic resurgence into our economy that has failed to happen, Mr. Speaker. What also should take place is that municipalities, over a 10-year period, they say there is a 33% cut to the level of MSI that they can anticipate coming from this provincial government, this UCP government. Mr. Speaker, that will have a material effect on their ability to build infrastructure, to put Albertans to work, to ensure that Albertans have the necessary infrastructure they need to launch this economy, launch this province once we get through the worst of this pandemic, Mr. Speaker. So this 33% cut over a 10-year period to MSI is far larger than what the UCP calls it, Mr. Speaker. So we should know from those, straight from the horse's mouth, what those impacts to their infrastructure investments and local economies are. And that's what this amendment does, Mr. Speaker. It begins a comprehensive review of these amendments made in this section and looks at the financial stability and the viability of municipalities in Alberta. We have heard, as a result of the difficulties that many municipalities are having, is that they may have to essentially hand in the keys. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't want that to happen. A certain number of do it every year. Small hamlets join with other counties or stop existing and become absorbed by counties. That's the kind of thing that happens, but we don't want that to happen at larger numbers because Albertans have the right to be represented in ways that they choose through their counties, hamlets, small summer villages, and many will be struggling to be viable in the future as a result of this Bill 56. And the second part of this, of course, is to, in completing the review, that representatives who are experiencing the impact of these cuts should be consulted, Mr. Speaker. They weren't consulted in any way, shape, or form. In fact, if they are looking at the platform for the UCP government, they were anticipating that the MSI would be the Local Government Fiscal Framework Act would be coming into place in 2022, 2023, as was promised in the platform and other pronouncements by this government. But that's being changed unilaterally by the government out 3 years. So we should know what the representatives of municipalities who are impacted by these changes believe is taking place in their local seats, and as legislators, it would be good for us to understand what that impact is. And lastly, the information should be tabled before this legislature within 6 months so that the government can have the feedback it needs to positively address the changes that are necessary in their upcoming budget for 2022-2023, far before the 2024-5 fiscal year as is identified here, and will be negatively felt by municipalities across this province. Those are my submissions, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, with regard to the amendment before us, and I would put that forward.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We are on Amendment A1. Friendly reminder to refer to movers of amendments by their constituency and not by name. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasure to rise this evening on the amendment to Bill 56, the Local Measure Statutes Amendment Act, to ensure that a review of the measures being contemplated under Bill 56 actually receive the full scrutiny and examination of Albertans, the public, and this House in detail after indeed it's been in place for a year. And within 6 months of beginning the review, the report should be brought forward so that the amendments to this act, the act itself, can be properly scrutinized. The government is fully aware of the depth of financial difficulties that municipalities in this province, Mr. Chair, are undergoing right now. And notwithstanding that, they still have chosen at a time when we're in the middle of a public health emergency, a pandemic that the government seems to think is over. At a time it's still stressing this province in many, many ways. And one of the ways, of course, is the financial stress that's put on our municipalities right across the province, the largest and right down to the smallest villages and municipal districts. And this review contemplated by the amendment brought forward by the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo is one small means, Mr. Speaker, one measure by which we can at least take a look at and find a means of measuring the effect, cumulative effects financially that municipalities in this province are suffering right now. Because it's not only, even without the downloads that this government is contemplating to foist upon municipalities, they themselves, Mr. Chair, have increased costs and huge burdens placed upon them, which are extraordinary as a result of the pandemic that we're all going through right now. And inadequate supports from the provincial government for municipalities, to say that they have been inadequate is an understatement, Mr. Chair. In fact, what this particular government has done in the midst of a pandemic is the opposite of support for municipalities. They've further downloaded costs and seen municipalities as an available victim to download cost and therefore take some pressure off of their own budget and causing the municipalities to suffer even worse than they already might have. Now, you would have thought, Mr. Chair, that in the midst of a global pandemic and extraordinary financial pressures on all levels of government, that the larger level of government would be doing things that would be embracive, that would feel like support to the lower level of government. And I'm speaking about the province in this case, supporting municipalities through an extremely difficult time. Yet the opposite is what we see. Mr. Chair, an embrace is not a stranglehold, it's not a chokehold, but that's indeed the type of embrace that municipalities in this province are feeling from this provincial government. It's a stranglehold, it's a chokehold, it's an opportunistic grab at what the government sees as a victim that is available to them, which has no recourse. Now, what indeed the risk the provincial government is taking is that, as the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo has alluded to, ultimately the municipalities may fail. Some of them may absolutely have to apply for dissolution. And it begs the question, Mr. Chair, is if this is potentially a goal, a desired goal of the government. Do they wish to see a dissolution of a number of smaller municipalities so that they are consolidated into the larger county? and thus are more controllable perhaps, or perhaps have more central organizations that the provincial government finds more easy to deal with. The difficulties that are sometimes found with smaller municipalities in their relationships with the provincial government may be more entangling to deal with on a yearly basis, where you have a multitude of local political issues and personalities to deal with. Perhaps it is a goal of the government to consolidate some of these municipalities into the larger county, to allow them to fail. In fact, to encourage or to hurry up that failure by starving them of funds required through measures such as the Bill 56. And that's why an amendment being proposed to have a review over the next year of exactly the outcomes caused by the reductions in funding to municipalities is necessary, Mr. Chair. It needs to be part of the public nomenclature here to Alberta. Albertans need to be aware of exactly what the pain this legislation is causing. The village that I come from went through a dissolution, Mr. Chair, as I've documented and spoken about in this House before. The village of Thorhill no longer exists. It's part of the county. And that happened as a result of funding issues. And of course, that little town, that little village is part of a larger community, which may be more manageable in the eyes of the provincial government, but it certainly is a very, very sad thing to see happen when a small community dissolves and no longer exists and becomes governed by the larger county entity. And if that indeed is a desired outcome of the government, they seem well on their way to achieving it in the minds of many of the urban municipality associations and the communities themselves across this province, who have spoken quite eloquently about their cuts that they are suffering at a time when the provincial government should be looking towards embracing and supporting and sustaining municipalities. It's become financial enemy number one, where municipalities are ducking for cover when the province comes a-running, because they know the province isn't looking to give them a hand up. It's looking to take their wallet from their back pocket. And that is not exactly the feeling that I want municipal governors and citizens of the small communities and the lower levels of government, the municipal levels of government in this province to think of. The government of Alberta should not be looking to the municipal governments as their salvation, as their financial salvation. By starving the lower municipalities of funding now during a crisis period comes back to haunt you, Mr. Chair, and it will haunt this province for decades to come by following this very short-sighted policy. And I think the requirement that this amendment brings forward to have the oversight and review of all of the resulting damage that's caused by the cuts to municipal financing that Bill 56 brings forward is something that will be shocking to Albertans, but absolutely necessary for them to see a clear picture in a consolidated way, in an organized fashion, that they can refer to and realize that municipalities are under siege. I know for a fact, even in the area of, let's say, transportation. Let's take that, for example. I was speaking with members of the Canadian Urban Transportation Association this morning, as a matter of fact. And, of course, there's a program of federal and provincial funding across the country with different expiry dates. Well, guess what, Mr. Chair? The funding for Alberta, joint funding, ran out March 31st, and there's a gap, of course, that they're looking to have filled. And it's going to be upon the municipalities to fill that gap themselves by, well, they don't quite know how yet. Mr. Chair. And that's just one area where it's a very large hole in the municipalities' funding envelope that is not being filled. At a time of pandemic, for example, where the ridership is increasing in public transportation, they're providing 80 to 100% of the former service levels, yet there's no funding left to cover the increased cost of serving that ridership. And the increased revenue isn't there yet to cover off the shortfalls. So there's a big concern there, just on the issue of transportation, Mr. Chair, that shortfalls in funding as a result, in particular now because of pandemic expenditures, are not being met by higher orders of government, and the provincial government is particularly at fault repeatedly here in Alberta for turning to the municipal governments and putting a squeeze on them to make their books look better and to avoid expending money themselves to tide over municipalities during an extremely difficult time. And it's very heartless, Mr. Chair, because we're not talking about individual councillors here who are looking after their own interest. We're talking about communities right across this province of every size who the provincial government is saying, too bad, so sad. You're on your own. If there's a shortfall, you got your own options. You cut services, you lay people off, but it's not on us. Well, guess what, Mr. Chair? It is on the provincial government. They have a responsibility to be the support network during times where there is a crisis and a financial stress that municipalities have a very difficult time enduring. And Albertans have a right to know, right across the province, what the damage is as a result of the policies expressed in Bill 56. And the way to do that is to have this review start right away once this measure is passed, if it does, so that Albertans have a history from day one to the end of year one of the implementations of this Bill 56. And the measures that this government has decided are prudent to take and how they actually hurt not only the municipalities, but it's the people behind the elected representatives in each of these municipalities who have to tell individual citizens that the service, whether it be the public transit or whether it be roadways, that these services aren't going to be available, or that this infrastructure project isn't going to happen, or that you're not going to find recreational facilities built. You're not going to end up seeing a certain function of the municipality continue. It's going to be on hold. And a lot of times, Mr. Chair, you can't put these things just on deck for a year or two, as we've seen with the pandemic causing pauses on lots of things. What happens, Mr. Chair, is without proper supports beyond the 1 or 2 years that we've been looking to have to anticipate suffering through this pandemic, without those supports, things collapse, Mr. Chair. And that could include municipalities, as I've alluded to. And if the government gets up and says, no, indeed, we don't want that to happen, municipalities are important to us, and we don't want them to be dissolved into a larger county if they're rural municipalities. We don't want a collapse, a financial collapse of smaller municipalities. Then indeed they should stand up to the responsibilities and fulfill the responsibilities by providing a warm embrace. It means money, Mr. Chair. It means funding financially the shortfalls that the municipalities find themselves in during a time of pandemic, rather than a stranglehold, rather than seeing the municipalities as a source of funding, as a source to paper over their own financial difficulties. They have to stand up as a government, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I should say. A 33% cut estimated by municipalities over 10 years is what the UCP has gifted municipalities in this province. Now that is not something that invites a lot of confidence, Mr. Chair, in terms of what folks in this province can look forward to from their provincial government, because that hurts. It causes difficulty for Alberta families. And people don't look towards a provincial government, Mr. Chair, to make life more difficult for them. They look for help when there's a problem. They look to the government to actually say, okay, we're going to make sure that we together look after each other, and sometimes that means spending money at the larger order of government to assist the smaller one. And that is something that this Bill 56 totally disregards. It's a download of responsibility, and it's an offloading onto municipalities which can ill afford to burden, to take on that burden, Mr. Chair, and it's, I would say, irresponsible of the provincial government to do this. Yet, you know, the government likes to look upon themselves and herald themselves as the champion of rural Alberta. They have an opportunity every day to suggest that they have a business plan that's better than anybody else's. Yet, if you take a look at the actual effect of the financing that the municipalities are forced to suffer under, some of the cuts that this government has foisted upon them, it is very plain to me and to the municipal leaders who've definitely expounded on it, to say that they're risking the failure of some of these municipalities. And they're making life really, really difficult, and it can be extremely difficult to recover from. If you end up having such a hole in municipal financing, which creates an infrastructure deficit that is more expensive to repair down the road, which creates a loss of services, or perhaps ends up in becoming a loss of actual residents, people who leave your community as a result of that, closures of certain services, recreation facilities, infrastructure problems, increased local taxes, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. At a certain point, municipalities fail, and it's a responsibility that's borne by this provincial government, Mr. Chair, to recognize that, to take into account the potential damage that they're doing when they're bringing forward legislation. And the amendment that I speak of this evening, Mr. Chair, is one which will ensure that the government takes that responsibility seriously by forcing a review legislatively to be done of the effects and damage caused by Bill 56 over the course of the year as it unfolds. And that report must also be brought forward within 6 months of the end of that first year. So I don't know if any of the folks in this legislature who have been themselves councillors or reeves privately or in their innermost thoughts are saying the things to themselves that the current municipal councillors and reeves are saying. But if they are, it behooves them to speak up and say things. Now, we've had lots of things that have become public from UCP caucus meetings lately, live streams and so forth. Maybe somebody might see fit to live stream the commentary on the municipal financing measures that the government is bringing forward. That would be an interesting discussion to hear about. I wouldn't mind hearing that, because we certainly are not hearing anybody on the other side in the government caucus stand up for Alberta municipalities, where it's policing costs going up, whether it's MSI being cut, whether it's taxation abilities being threatened, their revenue sources are being cut, their ability to raise funds is being threatened, and the provincial government supports are being minimized as well.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members looking to join debate on Amendment A1 for Bill 56? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address this bill again in this House and to clearly support this amendment for a review in 1 year's time of the consequences of this particular bill. And I think that is something that has been clearly identified by municipal leaders in the community who have identified that there are certainly going to be consequences here, and that having an established review would be very important. I note, for example, that Barry Morishita, the president of the AUMA, is quoted as saying, quote, "A lot of unintended consequences here, and that means a lot less people working in Alberta over the next 3 years," end quote. I think that kind of comment coming in the middle of this pandemic, it should give one a pause. We unfortunately are seeing a pattern here, and we're seeing a pattern in this government's really unprecedented attack on small towns and on rural municipalities in this province. And at a time when people are already experiencing the highest unemployment due to this government's policies that we have seen in many, many years, and are experiencing many other difficulties due to this government's failure to handle COVID appropriately. And this fits into the much larger pattern of concern here about the consequences of this government's actions on these municipalities. If it was one thing, you might say, okay, well, this government thinks something is important enough that some kind of an assault on municipalities will be sustainable for the municipalities, and we'll get past that because we're gaining some benefit somewhere. You can see sometimes a provincial government needs to make decisions that are received with unhappiness by people in the community. But what we're seeing here with this government is not a one-off, well, we're prepared to see a little bit of negative in order to gain a lot of positive, but a repeated driving of negative agendas that have serious consequences in the municipalities in this province. And I know that because I, along with many other MLAs, stood out in front of this legislature with mayors and reeves from across this province having conversations while they protested with signs demonstrating each of the communities from which they came about the consequences of the actions of this government on their communities and how concerned they are that this will be so devastating. Not because one bad thing has happened, but because there is a relentless pursuit of assault toward municipal governments and communities in the province of Alberta. I mean, just to list off a few that come to mind quickly is the increase in the number of RCMP without any compensation by the provincial government, therefore putting the burden of increased RCMP on each of the municipalities who had no new resources to pay for those RCMP. Certainly they would have liked to have had more RCMP, but they were expecting the provincial government to stand up with them and to ensure that the resources to employ those RCMP were available. And then we see this provincial government come in and declare a tax holiday for some of the major taxpayers in many rural municipalities and tell them that they don't have to even pay their municipal taxes for a period of time. And no backfill for the municipalities in all of this. Just our friends want a tax break, so we're going to give it to them, and too bad, so sad, to the municipal governments. And that has to be absorbed by people who don't have the resources to go into debt, don't have the resources to tax their own people more. in order to be able to compensate for the loss of taxes. Another one is the loss of linear assessment that's going on. The money that many of these municipalities count on from the industries that move through their communities. And now they're being told that they're not going to receive those kind of money. So not only are we increasing the burden, the costs, the deficits that are there, but we're decreasing the revenues at the same time. I mean, any simple calculation of economics will tell you that that's going to lead to some very serious changes in terms of the budgets in these rural municipalities. And the leaders of these rural municipalities are telling us that this is going to be devastating. We know that this government has made other decisions that have been attacking these municipalities. For example, they have decided not to pay grants in lieu of municipal taxes for provincial buildings. Again, taking money away from the local governments. We've also seen them make changes in terms of services to many of these communities, so that the things that the communities need to continue to be vibrant and great places for people to move to and to raise their families and to be productive, contributing citizens in the province of Alberta are all being taken away. We see an assault on health care in these small communities. We see attacks on the doctors, so much so that doctors across the province being reported almost on a daily basis, certainly on a weekly basis in the papers, about doctors leaving small rural communities because of the outrageous behavior of this provincial government. Losing your doctor after sometimes communities have spent 5 or 6 years working to get a doctor to come into their community. And now they're losing them because of the outrageous changes in billing practices, particularly destructive to rural physicians. And as a result, we now have physicians leaving this province in numbers like we have never seen before. And of course, there's also the loss of 911 local response, centralizing this kind of a service so that the people who are answering the phone don't know the community of which they're speaking, where they're supposed to send the emergency services. This has been challenged and debated and rejected by municipalities across this province. We're seeing mayors and reeves come from across the province together to tell this government that their behavior has serious consequences. And what they're doing is not only disrupting the budgets of these municipalities, but actually undermining the viability of these municipalities. Because they're not only making it impossible for the governments to provide the services necessary because they no longer have the money to pay for the services that are there, but they're also taking away other services and making it more difficult for people to come into their communities and to live there and to provide for their families and to help build the community. And now in this bill, on top of all of those mechanisms of destruction that we see from this provincial government, we see that they are working toward a massive loss of MSI money. Somewhere in the neighborhood of, for many of them, of 36% cuts. And the consequence of this won't be felt for a little while because of the way it is structured. And at first, municipalities won't always know that that is coming down the road. But in 3 years' time, they will have experienced a significant loss of provincial support. So here we have a government that has consistently, time and time again, acted in a way which is going to undermine many of these communities. And in fact, there is a serious danger that we will see a dramatic decline in small town governance structures across the province of Alberta as a consequence of some of these, at the totality of these actions being taken by the provincial government. And perhaps that's their intention. I don't know. Perhaps that they do wish to see small towns disappear and be absorbed into larger communities so that they can pay less money. But the consequence is going to be that the people who live in those communities, who have a reasonable expectation that they will have available to them the same kind of services that are available in other larger centers, will no longer actually experience those kind of services. There will literally be a division of the haves and the have-not in this province, with the smaller towns and rural communities being the ones to suffer the consequence of these kinds of actions. And it's very disturbing. You know, when I was talking to some of those mayors and reeves, they were telling me that some of them will have to increase their taxes, their municipal taxes, to make up for all these government actions in the neighborhood of 200% in 1 year. That's outrageous. You know, normally people in communities are upset when the amount of tax increases, it just even surpasses inflation. If inflation's at 3% and you put in a tax increase at 4%, they're saying government is growing, it's doing terrible things, taking our money away. And in this case, the reeves and mayors are telling me that it's more like 200%. How can a municipality expect to be vibrant if that's what this government is doing? I'm very concerned, and it's not as if this government doesn't have some choices here. Certainly it's been a difficult year. We all appreciate that. But there have been some very clear choices this government has made. And when we look at things like the Allen Inquiry, for example, that has failed to really produce any results for the province of Alberta, they still haven't put out their report. After 2 years of existence, they have nothing to show for what they've done, and yet they have been given increased monies to do, well, apparently nothing yet. Perhaps we'll see one day what it is that they're doing. But right now, what we can say is that they have failed to do their job, and yet they're being rewarded. Or we look at the War Room, for example, that's receiving huge amounts of money, $30 million a year, to apparently attack children's cartoons and to spend money without proper supervision by this legislature. I mean, if you took that amount of money and instead of spending it on these ridiculous causes, on these ideological pursuits that are actually have demonstrated no actual product for the people of Alberta, that have not actually done something to lift up the province or to lift up the citizens of this province, and you distributed that money to the municipalities, you would be able to save many of them in this time of crisis. So why isn't the government making choices to do that kind of thing? You know, why do they constantly feel like it's okay to take, to take away from municipalities and take away from citizens? And this attack on the municipalities is coupled, of course, with attack on individuals. It's happening all the time. We see that with the increase in taxation through the de-indexing of our personal income tax. That has a consequence for every citizen who earns an income in the province of Alberta. We see that in terms of the de-indexing of AISH and the alterations in AISH in terms of dates of payments received. So while you're stressing the communities, you're also stressing the individuals within the communities, and all of them have also been stressed by the huge economic mistakes made by this government. You know, investments in a pipeline that they were told by the person who had the authority to do so was going to be canceled. And they invested in it anyways, losing billions of dollars to this province, which again could have saved all these municipalities from this destructive legislation and the consequences of undermining their vitality. You know, I think this is just a huge concern. And we can see the consequences of this type of thinking in the numbers. We can see that this government has received credit downgrade after credit downgrade over and over and over again. We can see that they govern at a time where the unemployment rate is the highest it's been for many, many generations in this province. We can see that there are incredible numbers of businesses which have had to make the terrible decision during these awful COVID times to shut their doors permanently, and people have been laid off. If we hadn't been rescued by the federal government, the circumstances would even be worse. If the federal government hadn't created CERB, which has been really buoying up many of the individuals in this province, because the province didn't do anything for us. It's federal dollars that have actually helped to save these people's lives. So these are the kind of reasons why we are concerned that there is an overall pattern here, and that each individual piece may be argued by this government as having some benefit for some reason. Most of the time I disagree with them. But the cumulative effect of these kind of irresponsible financial decisions on the vitality of municipal governments is of great concern to this province and to its citizens. And one way to assure them that you are paying attention to the consequence for them is to establish a mechanism for review. And in the establishing that mechanism of review, to set out a process by which an act of this nature will be brought back to a committee of the legislature for review in terms of its implications and the outcomes of the decisions that are inherent in the act. And provide an opportunity for the suggestion that perhaps this should be stopped or changed in some way based on the evidence. Because right now it's just speculation. Every time I ask the government about the terrible numbers that are demonstrated in terms of their economic decisions, they always say, oh, but we have an economist who speculates that if we do something like give away $4.7 billion to corporations, that we will gain some X number of jobs. Always speculation, not actual facts. Always future guesswork. But we want them to start making decisions on the actual facts that are readily available. That after putting in a $4.7 billion corporate tax break, they lost 50,000 jobs in this province. And it's gone down since that time even more. Their economic decisions have been devastating for many families in this province. And this bill is a continuation of that overall pattern, and therefore, it's important that we take the time to review the actual outcomes that are elicited by this kind of legislation, and not just depend on speculations by friends of ours who happen to be economists at some university, who are predicting that we think something will happen. Let's go away from the we think, probably, maybe something is likely to happen, to actual recorded statistics that demonstrate this government has been very bad on fiscal policy, has been the government that has guided us to the worst economic situation we have seen in this province for generations, that has failed to respond appropriately to COVID and resulted in us having the worst record of response to COVID in the country and the second worst in North America. You know, these are the kinds of things that we need to take seriously and that we need to use to guide this government moving forward. The damage they have done to this point has been extensive, and it is really incumbent upon us to ensure that we do something about bringing this damage to a stop and to ensuring that it does not get bigger and more serious as time moves on, which it will, unless something happens at this point.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always a pleasure to rise in this chamber and do the job that the constituents of Cardston-Siksika elected me to do, which is represent them and respond to some of the things that I hear from members opposite. And I will do that briefly, as I know that I'd like to get on to other matters. First things first, for the member from Edmonton-Rutherford to go on and start cherry-picking information that suits his narrative is a bit disingenuous. To suggest, to start alluding to the fact that we're losing physicians. Mr. Chair, physician retention in rural Alberta, particularly as a rural Alberta MLA, is nothing new. We understand this. It's a lifelong problem we've always had. It's difficult to attract and retain physicians. So to suggest that this is a new problem caused by the current government, led by the Honourable Premier, it's just factually inaccurate, Mr. Chair. And I don't understand why the member from Edmonton-Rutherford, who was not so long ago this evening while discussing Bill 64, corrected on a number of issues, not the least of which is poor, frankly, lack of consultation with First Nations, despite that being his job. But all that to say that, and I hear that member heckling, and the reality is the truth hurts, Mr. Chair. The truth hurts. But, moving on, again, talking about rural physicians, because that member addressed it, about how we've lost so many physicians. That's right. Alberta lost 47 doctors between June and September last year, but we gained about 250. Wow. So, again, facts hurt. Truth hurts, Mr. Chair. I'm not shocked that the member opposite, and of course, the chorus of heckles begins again as I rise and I speak because they can't handle it. But again, this is not an issue that is new to Alberta in terms of attracting physicians. The honourable member from Bonnyville, Cold Lake, his son is a physician, and I have no doubt does an excellent job there. And I can tell you that he will probably, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I suspect he will talk about the difficulty of retaining physicians in rural Alberta as well. And then let's talk a little bit about unemployment levels. There is the pandemic that is happening right now, so it's no surprise that we are seeing unemployment numbers rise. But even in times of relative plenty, we'll call them, under the previous government, we saw hordes of hordes of unemployed people lining up looking for work under a government that just didn't appreciate or support small businesses, the job creators. But we are seeing, as I've referenced many times in this chamber, that Alberta will lead the country in economic recovery. So while members opposite go and say all kinds of false things about our government and our tax cuts for corporations, they are in fact attracting jobs to this province. They're attracting job creators to this province, and I'm not quite sure why the members opposite have such a problem with this idea of attracting new business. And businesses understand very well. They understand very well, Mr. Chair, that when times are difficult, you have to make difficult decisions. You can't pull revenue out of a hat. It just doesn't happen. You can't keep going to the well like the members opposite would suggest. You can't just keep, jacking up your union dues so you can keep running ads against that might continue to spread falsehoods about a current government of the day. But I will say this, money has to come from somewhere, or, Mr. Chair, you have to make difficult decisions. And it's no secret that there is less money going around right now as a result of the worldwide pandemic that we are currently facing. So when members opposite say that municipalities are going to have to find other ways to generate this revenue, that's their only suggestion. Let's go back to the well. Let's take more. But there's a town in my constituency And one of the mottos is, before we can give, we must first take. And that is the reality, Mr. Chair. There's other options, and that is to make the tough decisions. Make the tough decisions. Our government has to make the tough decisions. Decisions the members opposite failed to make, and in times that some would call, relative to today's, were prosperous, they ran under 6 credit downgrades. Count them out. 6 credit downgrades. And again, the chorus of heckles from that side, because it pains them so much to hear how poor of a job they did when things were actually relatively pretty good, or could have been good. They drove investment away. Now, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the latitude that you have granted me on this conversation, because I know we are dealing with a bill. We're dealing with Bill 56, Local Measures Statutes Amendment Act. But the member from Edmonton Rutherford went on this incredible tangent that was, I took notes. It was difficult to follow it. Admittedly, very difficult to follow. Because it was all over the map, whether we're talking about rural physicians, we're talking about corporate tax cuts, we're talking about unemployment rates, we're talking about everything under the sun except for this bill. But here's the reality, Mr. Chair. We are, and again, that member just can't help himself. It's so difficult to just sit there and listen while others are speaking, because I and other members on this side, unless you haven't noticed, have achieved what I believe to be as a level of decorum that is worthy of this chamber.
Hear, hear.
We have made a concerted effort to raise the bar, raise the level of decorum in this chamber, and it's no shocker that I bet if you did a study, Mr. Chair, went back and looked at all the number of points of order called in this chamber, I suspect the balance would be tipped heavily in their favor. But again, I digress. The point I'm getting at here, Mr. Chair, and I know I'm taking up more time than I had initially had intended, but the final thing I will reference in the member from Edmonton Rutherford's comments was us using information from some economists from some university. Some economist from some university. Well, I suspect he's referring to Jack Mintz, and that's some university is the University of Calgary. So I don't know if he's necessarily trying to what's that? So division? Or maybe he's trying to suggest that economist's credentials aren't worthy of being referenced in this chamber or being referenced by some of the studies done by this government. But that member is clearly picking and choosing what works for his narrative. And yeah, that's right. And when they're in government, picking winners and losers. When as conservatives, we believe in a basic principle of creating an equal opportunity, not equal outcome, Mr. Chair. So, with that, I will conclude my remarks, and I will also move to adjourn debate on 56.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Honourable Member. For clarity, we'll be adjourning debate, or at least voting on that, and progress will be reported on the bill when the committee rises. So, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill 56, Local Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2021, when the committee rises, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. The Committee of the Whole now has before it Bill 57, Métis Settlements Amendment Act 2021. Are there any questions, comments, or amendments to be offered at this time? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View caught my eye first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and what an opportune moment to rise on this particular bill, a bill on which there is complete rejection by the Métis settlements actually governed by the bill, on which the government claimed there was consultation, but there wasn't. And right after listening to a long, rambling digression that, I don't know, might have once glanced passingly at a fact, though certainly never approached it. In which one of the allegations was made was a lack of consultation. Well, I don't know that anything has ever been so soundly rejected by the group of people it affects as this particular bill. The Métis settlements and members of the Métis settlement have been clear. They were not consulted. They do not feel the consultation is adequate. They do not like the changes. This is being unilaterally imposed upon them. And it's probably, since we are on the topic and have had a very wide range of latitude, especially with the last speaker, it's probably worth pointing out that one of the other things presently being rejected by the majority of folks is the UCP's curriculum. And in fact, just today, I believe it was still today, it's rather late. Just today, we saw Indigenous leaders coming out, Indigenous leaders who were quoted by the government as being in favor and saying that essentially they feel that they were used, that they were given portions of the curriculum to look at that were not representative, their words were taken out of context. One even went so far as to suggest that he felt like the quote-unquote token Indian. And I think that really speaks to this government's record on consultation in a way that nothing else could. And so we're seeing that with the curriculum at the same time that we're seeing with this act come forward. And again, without consultation and over the objections of the people impacted by it. And I think, that's really the thing that in some ways defines this government most, is their just complete unwillingness to engage with people, or reality for that matter. They don't talk to people, they talk at them. They repeat the same talking points over and over again, no matter how senseless or pointless, no matter what the counter argument. And I think, that is just fundamentally disrespectful on a level that I think is really, really troubling. So, not that many Albertans will necessarily be aware of the impacts that this act is having. But to Albertans more generally, if there are still any watching at this time, I would say, this just is this government being this government, being unwilling to listen and just sort of charging ahead. And when people say, this is wrong for us, or listen to us, or we'd like to talk to you, them responding with just, we're right. And then a series of assertions, most of them, again, having at best once glanced at a fact while passing by.
Honorable member, I just feel like it's probably prudent. Obviously, during committee of the whole, we have a lot of opportunities to speak. However, I think putting myself in your shoes, I would want to be interrupted in this case. Just for the benefit of every member here, we are actually on Amendment A1, which was a government amendment. I don't think it impacts what has been said or what could be said in the future and all that kind of stuff with regards to the swath of discussion. However, I just figured that it would probably be prudent to do that at this time and just remind all members that we are on an amendment and it's A1. So if the honourable member could please.
I very much appreciate that interruption. I suspect, it being a government amendment, that similar things can be said about it as are being said about the bill. In any case, to continue with respect to the bill, I think certainly we've heard loudly and clearly from the Métis Settlement General Council and from individuals living on the Métis settlements that they object to pretty much every aspect of this bill. And, you know, I think it's worth sort of going over what was said initially by this government about this bill, because it was, like many bills in this chamber, sort of paraded in with this. Everyone's deeply delighted about this. We talk to everyone and everybody's happy. And that just, I mean, it's become kind of trite to say this in this House, but in this case, it's just completely accurate. Nothing could be further from the truth. Everyone is not delighted. And so it's probably worth reading into the record the amendment which we are dealing with, which has been described as A1. And it is that the bill be amended as follows. A, in sections 5 and 6, sections 5 and 6 are struck out, and the following is substituted. Section 5, section 10, subsection 6 is amended by striking out 3 councillors and substituting the number of councillors that constitute a quorum. So that is obviously a comparatively minor change to the bill. And that comparatively minor change to the bill does not, in my view, change the substance. It's interesting, you know, being on an amendment, it's probably worth noting that the government could have amended any number of things about this bill, and it didn't choose to do so. And I think this is, I think, a moment in time where we're having some incredibly important conversations about privilege and about systemic racism and about the sort of impacts that occur over time when a group of people is discriminated against and is not treated as full and equal members of society. Because over time, the impacts of that are shown in virtually every aspect of life. They show up in the level of education attained. They show up in health outcomes significantly. They show up significantly in health outcomes. You can actually sometimes measure a person's likelihood of dying or what age they will die at. I think that's incredibly troubling. They show up in terms of not just population health and education, but economics and basically every aspect of life. And one of the most interesting things I think that I ever heard was, it was at a human rights event, and it was actually a study that was done about intergenerational trauma and gene methylation, which suggested that that actually impacts the way in which an individual's genes express. And we're finding more and more out about this. But I digress somewhat. The point is that we are at a time in history where we're having some incredibly important conversations about this. And the fact that this government has chosen this moment in history to be completely disrespectful, to completely disregard the rights of the Métis people in this province is, I think, incredibly troubling to me. So, that being said, obviously I am strongly against this particular bill. I don't think that the amendment which is before us changes anything in particular substance. And so with that, I would urge members to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, especially also for those housekeeping aspects as they arose. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has risen on Amendment A1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address this bill. Gives me a chance to again reiterate what this government has heard before but has refused to acknowledge, and that is the totality of this bill is completely and utterly rejected by the people it will affect. End of sentence. Everything I say after this is simply a footnote to that reality. And, you know, we've sat here tonight listening to members of the government side fabricate fantastic ideas about our time in government and make statements about things that were said by people on this side of the House that were in fact not said. You know, I wish there were an English word that would describe when you say things that are not validated by facts that I could use in this House. Because I certainly would be using it. And you know, this is an incredible moment in history where we have a whole group of people who are vulnerable to the actions of this government coming forward and as a totality, completely across all 8 settlements, are saying that this bill is not only wrong-headed, but a direct assault on their integrity as a people. I mean, how much more offensive can you get than that? At a time when we're supposed to be talking about reconciliation. And I know that the government has decided to bring forward an amendment or two, and this particular amendment makes a change that most people here would say is innocuous, but I would say is even more wrong-headed. Because they're actually setting up a situation where this group of people have made a decision about how they would like to govern themselves. There was some self-determination here by the Métis people, and they decided that they would have equality and balance between the settlements, and that in each settlement, they would have 5 members that would all come together from each of the 8 settlements and constitute a body of 40 people who would make decisions on behalf of all the Métis settlements around this province in equal proportion. That each settlement would have one voice. Now, I addressed this previously in this House, that what this amendment is actually doing is it's creating a circumstance where the government will facilitate an unequal circumstance, where some settlements could potentially have only 3 members and other settlements could have 5 members at the General Council. Now, of course, the minister tried to address this, but what the minister said to this House was that when they arrive at the General Council, they still only have 1 vote per settlement. I agree. They all still have 1 vote per settlement. But if anybody spends time with Indigenous communities, they would understand that decisions are not made simply on the basis of majority rule all the time. It isn't just a matter of everybody's got 1 vote, so therefore they're equal. That the process is incredibly important to Indigenous governance. And that the process is that everybody who comes to the table has a right and a responsibility to speak to the issues at hand. And that in the discussion, the truth will come out and will be evaluated and consulted by everyone so that they can jointly make a decision. Which means if you have 3 people from one settlement and 5 from another, you have a disproportion in terms of the speaking time and the input from one community over the other. Because all 5 of those people have a right to speak to this, whatever it is in front of the council. And all 3 have a right to speak. But it means that those communities which have 5 councillors will literally have more opportunity to influence the ultimate decision. Now, I know in the end they all get 1 vote for one settlement. But it isn't that simple because of the nature of Indigenous governance. And the nature of Indigenous government is consultation of as many people as is necessary to have a fulsome conversation and the attempt to achieve some consensus and have a decision that reflects best upon the vast majority, if not all peoples. That's what they want. It's not simply winning because you got more votes. They know that could happen. They see it happen in this legislature, but they don't necessarily think that that's resulted in good things for our province. Instead, they want to have a situation where they have equality at the table and that everyone's voice is heard and that from that a decision is made. And of course, it has to come down to a vote because we've imposed a certain system on them that requires a vote for certain bills to pass within their governance. But this amendment doesn't make any change to what's devastating about this bill, is that it undermines the Indigenous Métis desire for self-governance and self-determination. Now, I know the minister said, I've gone and talked to people a number of times and so on. But as I've explained previously in the House, the very people he's saying that they have consulted with are saying it was an inadequate and inappropriate consultation, and that most of the 19 meetings or whatever number it is he refers to were occasions where he tried to convince somebody about his point of view rather than actually listened to people from the community and actually took questions and tried to respond or gave the community a chance to make decisions in response to what it was he was suggesting. They did ask for the opportunity to get together with their communities, as they have since the establishment of the settlements, and talk to their community members, to do an internal consultation, their own government consulting with their own people about these things. And because of COVID, that became impossible, and this minister just said, too bad. You couldn't do it, so you don't get to do it. I mean, that's really an atrocious response to a very difficult circumstance for these settlement communities. It's really unbelievable that that's the response. That, well, bad things happen to you, and I guess that's just going to be my excuse to proceed in the way I want to. You know, I was talking to the president of the Métis Settlement General Council not that long ago again, because of course they're very upset about this, so I hear from them a lot. And he said, look, if this government is so convinced that these changes are good and that the community will want them if they understand them fully, why don't they actually put it to some kind of a referendum on the communities? Why don't you actually give them a chance to come and vote on, do we accept the changes that are in this bill? They put that on the table. They're not afraid to have the conversation with their own people. They're more than happy to have the conversation. And because of the nature of their governance, they will abide by their people. They will listen to their people and they will respond if their people tell them, yes, this is good, or no, this is bad. Because that's what they do. I mean, goodness knows, on a Métis settlement, you know every single person who lives on that settlement, and you live next door to almost all of them. Which means that your accountability is extremely high. And so they are accountable. They do want to hear from the people what they have to say. And the Métis Settlement General Council is offering the opportunity for this minister to do exactly that, to follow the requests of the nations to conduct internal consultation with their own people to respond to the suggestions from this minister. And I certainly wish that this government would consider to do it. It was very disappointing that because they got so much backlash, they finally decided to do a little 1-hour online town hall in which they only answered the questions that they had decided to answer ahead of time. And they didn't take questions from most of the people who represent the Métis settlements. I mean, it was just seen as an appalling lack of actual relationship with the community. that let people even matter because they thought they were finally going to have their chance to voice their concerns, to ask a question and maybe receive an answer that would help to, enlighten them on why this will be good for the community or something of that nature. And instead, they got an hour-long talking point. It was very, very frustrating for the community. And, if there's a silver lining that comes from this, it's almost the very first time that all 8 settlements actually agreed to do exactly the same thing. So in a funny way, this minister has started to unify the 8 settlements of the Métis Settlement General Council. Of course, he's unifying them in opposition to this minister, in opposition to this government, in opposition to this act. And the consequence for this community is going to be very high. That they're not simply, losing a program or something of that nature. They're losing their right to self-governance because it's being imposed by another government. And they're very concerned about that. This is a group of people who have been the most neglected and the most overrun in this province. For years, Métis people lived in extreme poverty in this province and have only just been able to start to make that transition into new communities and so on. And it is so nascent at this point that if the knife is driven into it now, the danger is it will die. The danger is that 10 years from now, we'll be talking about those things we used to have called Métis settlements that no longer exist. And you can say, I am, scaremongering or something of that nature. But I can tell you that is what the Métis people are telling me they believe. It's not my words, it's not my description. It is a description of the Métis people about where they believe they are going. They believe that this government is trying to turn them into municipalities like every other municipality, and that they will simply disappear. Even if they have a separate Métis Settlement Act, that they'll ultimately just become municipalities in terms of their actual governance. And they see that as a betrayal of who they are as a people. They see that as a betrayal of the work that they have done to be recognized as Indigenous people under Section 35 of the Constitution. Something they spent 80 years trying to achieve, and this government is trying to undermine in one act. So I continue to tell this government that this is very much a concern, and these small little amendments, like the one we're speaking to right now, which in itself, I think is misheaded. I think that this will not do. If there's any bill I've ever seen that needs to stop in this House, that needs to be taken off the table and brought back to the community. We listened to this really strange diatribe from the minister 2 hours ago about our lack of consultation, which I'm not going to relitigate because it was all science fiction. And I'm not going to waste time on that now. But, to say those kind of things, to be that accusatory in the House, and then to moments later walk in with a bill like this that has angered essentially 100% of the community is just appalling. But, this government's getting used to having 99% of the community against them, whether it's education or healthcare or why not Métis settlements. They don't seem to be in any way put off by the fact that the very people that they are supposed to work with, that they're supposed to be in partnership with, have all told us consistently, across professions, across geographies, that this government is not a partner, is not working with the community to develop the future in a positive way. And, I stand here in the House again, looking at the things that they have put into place here, and I can say that I see that this government does not at all understand the implications of where they're going here. They have some fantasy that somehow these communities will somehow tomorrow turn into municipalities and be able to tax their citizens and be able to pay for their services. Tells me that they know nothing about the level of income in these communities and the nature of the historical relationship between the Métis communities and the settler communities in this province. And it's really time for them to go, well, I would say go back to school, but given their new curriculum, that would be a big mistake. They certainly wouldn't learn anything about Indigenous people from that curriculum. But instead, I really think that it's time this government make a very serious decision about their response to the calls to actions of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and even some of the calls for justice from the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls Commission. All of these documents are gifts to this government to guide them as to how they can interact with Indigenous peoples in a way that is respectful and productive and helpful. They really don't have to work. They do have to pick up a document and read it. They do have to go to the people who wrote those documents and the people who live those documents and say, help us understand the implications here and how those will be lived out. I know we did that. We had some wonderful outcomes as a result of that. We were the first province that ever put money toward water to reserves. Why did that happen? Because we read those documents and we talked to the communities. We created an Indigenous climate leadership program that was used by every First Nations in this province and all 8 Métis settlements, as well as, of course, the Métis Nation of Alberta and the Rupert's Land Institute. All used that money to help uplift their people, to help make life better, because we took the documents seriously and we went back to the community and we sought their guidance and wisdom and created programs that turned out to have extremely positive effects. But I'm not seeing that here. And it isn't me. You can take my judgment as being opposition for the sake of opposition because that's where I sit in the House. But you can't say that about the Métis people. Because it's the Métis people themselves that have come forward time and time again since this bill was introduced and said, this is wrong-headed, it is unacceptable, and it must stop now. They have made it very clear. It's not an issue of, let's talk about this a little bit more and maybe make a few small amendments and make a few small changes as we go along the way. It's stop it. Take it out of the House. Come back to the people. Allow us to have full consultations with our own citizens and to describe in our own way how we will self-govern and how we will use an Indigenous governance method to move our communities along and not be subject to the provincial government telling us how we must be and how we must express our needs. What they're simply seeking is a partnership, and they're not getting it. It's just a sad, sad moment in the history of the province of Alberta, and I certainly would like to see this brought to a change, and that the Métis people of this province be given an opportunity to do what it is that they need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Bonneville, Cold Lake, St. Paul has risen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will try and stick as close to the amendment as the opposition member just did. And we'll go on to, I'd like to talk about engagement. For 4 years as shadow critic in opposition, I heard very clearly, as did the minister at the time, the member from Edmonton-Rutherford, comments from the Métis people that the act need to be reviewed. It was 30 years old. There were some big concerns about the long-term agreement coming due in 2023 and what was going to happen then. So this is why this is such critical at this time. And I'm very surprised that the member from Edmonton-Rutherford didn't deal with it when he was the minister for 4 years. But when I talk about engagement, my engagement was not only with the president, Herb Blair, who I've known for a while. I've worked with his family. I've worked with members of his community up there. And I've got a lot of respect for Mr. Blair. He's a very passionate man. I heard him speak at the 60 Scoop presentation in St. Paul and talked about his upbringing and living in foster homes and the ordeals that he went through in his family. And just as I speak about the 60 Scoop, I'll remind the member from Edmonton Rutherford that while he was minister, Adam North Pagan and his wife tried to communicate with him for a year and a half, and finally got frustrated and came to me as an opposition member. And I introduced Mr. Adam North Pagan to the member, or the minister at the time, as well as 22 of his members, and forced the minister at the time to meet with these folks and deal with it. And that resulted in the 60 Scoop apology that came from the government at the time about a year later. But it was only because they were frustrated with him not even taking their calls. Now, he talks about engagement, and this is frustrating for me to sit here and listen to him tonight. That's why I'm getting up to speak on this. So I just didn't consult with Mr. Lair, very well respected, the president of the municipal MSG. There you go, thank you. Nor with councils. I met with councils and I talked to them, and I've got some notes from them and some of the recommendations that they brought forward. But I met with a lot of the good people that live out there on the settlements. I met with them in their homes, was treated very, very well to moose meat and blueberries and ice cream for dessert. It was delicious, all locally sourced, and they're very proud of the way they live. I met with folks around campfires on multiple occasions. I had one meeting where we had representatives from, I believe, all eight of the settlements were there, and we sat around and had a really good chat. And one of the things that came up constantly was the MSA, the Act. And they've been waiting for a long time to get this thing fixed. They're very frustrated with a lot of aspects of it. It was totally ignored by the member when he had 4 years to deal with it, and he just left it there. So now we're dealing with it, and he's up in arms, and he can't even stick to a simple amendment that's on place. So I feel free that I can speak without having to stick to that amendment as well. I asked people to send me some notes. Go through the Act and find out what it is you like about it or don't like about it. So I've got a few things I'll read to you here. One of them sent me an overview. It says the Métis settlements were formed in the 1930s, and as a result of Queen's Bench litigation settlement, the Métis Settlements Act 1990 was created. The now over $400 million given to the control of the MSGC has not resulted in hope for jobs and self-sustainability of the people on the Métis settlements. $400 million. They're very concerned about where the money went and how it didn't stick around to help them. Another frustration, 1.25 million acres of basically organic land. They're the second largest landowner next to the government of Alberta in this province. Organic land. Why are they struggling? That's the questions I heard consistently at the houses and around the campfires. What's happening? We can't continue down this road. He makes a note here, government welfare, money for nothing and uncontrolled is not the Métis ethos. That's not what they want. These are the people, not the councillors, these are the people that live on the settlements. This is the message I got from them. Currently, one of the other things that was brought up is the audits. Currently, the annual audits are not value for money audits and ought to be. At meetings, the company hired to do the audit admits that he merely transferred the money figures based on what the administration told him the numbers were. It should be an actual audit to make it valuable for the Métis on the settlements. Another note regarding a report of councillor remuneration and expenses. It ought to be the same as with MLAs. He says, I can go online and find out how you spent your money and what you did and your mileage and all that. And he says, I can't do the same thing for my councillors. So they're very concerned about transparency. And these are the things that they've asked us to do. And it's being dealt with here in this Act. Another note from another one. The government of Alberta responsible, the MSGC is the second largest, I guess I covered that, the second largest landowner in Alberta only after the GOA. In the negotiations with Alberta government, over $400 million has additionally been given to the control of the MSGC and the settlements. What happened to all that money? So this is from another person very concerned about these numbers. These folks have been dealing with this for a long time. It's been very frustrating for them. We're the only province in Canada that has settlements, and they're, again, constantly shocked that they're not doing better as societies. Again, I'll touch on some things from the councillors and their concerns with some of the things. One other note on here, Bill 57 is supported by the majority of settlement members. Good on Minister Wilson and the UCP. That's from a member that lives on a settlement. I don't know who the member from Edmonton Rutherford's talking to, but certainly not these folks. Consultation. Another one was brought up because everybody's always saying, well, there's no engagement, no consultation. So another fellow wrote here, consultation. There has been considerable consultation with the MSGC and the government of Alberta, and of which the government has paid a lot of money, including mileage and per diem, since 1914. The false allegations come from many who want and desire the status quo. The fact of the matter is there has been ongoing consultation with the MSGC settlements and the government of Alberta. In fact, in the words of the MSG itself, there were, and I actually have a Facebook post as well, and I could probably table that tomorrow if you like, but it basically says this. The Joint Accountability Review Committee, the JRC, was comprised of representatives from the government of Alberta and the Métis Settlements General Council. The JARC report is the result of months of meetings, during which the accountability, enforcement, and public interest provisions of the Act and related legislation, including General Council policies, were carefully considered. That's dated December 14th, 2020. So the idea that our minister was not engaging, and the message that we're getting from that member from Edmonton Rutherford is absolutely ridiculous and unfounded. Further notes from members, some of their concerns and relevant concerns, and I heard this all the time that I was in as a shadow critic as well. Nothing new. Residency of councillors. There ought to be a requirement that owning land on a settlement is not the same as living there. I think that's fairly reasonable. I could own land in St. Paul, but I can't run to be a mayor. I have to live there, right? So they're not asking for anything different. The chairman's office, one of their concerns was that, and I believe there was an amendment talked about in dealing with that, is the holding the chair office for only 1 year. And it says on one hand, having the chair change yearly is seemingly not allowing one to learn the job. There is provision for removal of the chairman, and that has happened before, and at one case where the chairman was removed. So they would act like it extended to 3 years, and provisions in the Act actually allow a settlement chair may be removed from the office of settlement chair by a vote at a special meeting of the settlement council called to consider the matter, in which, in the case of a council consisting of 3 members, 2 councillors vote in favor of removing the settlement chair, and in the case of a council consisting of 4 or 5 members, at least 3 councillors vote in favor of removing the chair. So they've already got that provision. They're not concerned that the chair is going to be there for 3 years and there's no way to get rid of them, that it's already in the Act. So they've addressed that on their own, and these are folks that live on the settlements. They're happy with that, and they'd like to see it just reverted back to the 3 years. Essential Services Bylaw. As stated above, the Métis ethos is not government handouts. This bylaw would force settlements, which after 30 years has not managed itself to become self-sufficient. So these are folks that live on the ground, that understand the implications, that it's not going to be easy. Change is never easy, but they're willing to try to get out from under this, the long-term agreement, which is going to disappear in 2 years, and they're aware of that, and they want to be prepared. A couple of the other things. Removal of the MSGC policies binding settlements. This is good because the needs of the different settlements have not been considered. The eastern settlements versus those of the north, example, Paddle Prairie. If the settlements want to form joint groups, like example, the tribal chiefs, Beaver Lake, Cold Lake, Frog Lake, and Heart Lake, Whitefish and Cohewan First Nations, which denotes on their site their vision statement. So this is something that these folks want their councils to work together for, is to get some of these joint communities together and address some of the stuff. All thoughtful, very thoughtful, coming not from council, not from the president, from people that this is actually going to affect. I'll go on to some of the things that I heard from the councillors. Oh, before I do that, one of the other concerns, and it's, you know, it should be very clear to the member from Edmonton Rutherford as well, but people have to understand that Métis settlements, that you can own property on the settlement. You can build a house on the settlement. The biggest problem is you can't access any cash based on that equity. So a lot of folks, I've visited some very nice properties that I'll tell you what, if you were standing on that deck anywhere else in the province, that would be $1 million home. But it's absolutely worth zero to the financial institutions because of where it's located. And that was one of the things that came up when our premier was first elected, when we were still in opposition, and he immediately had engagement sessions with the Métis settlements and with First Nations groups as well. And one of the big things that came up from that was the access to capital and the inability. You could have the greatest idea in the world for a business living on a Métis settlement, and you couldn't go and access the cash to get that thing off the ground. And that's where the IOC came in, was from those engagements with, and the premier at the time heard that very clearly, that access to capital was holding not only First Nations back, but also the Métis settlements back. So that was very important that we got that through, and I'm very, very proud of the parts that we had in that. Council concerns. Number one was they said we need to recognize the uniqueness of the settlements. They are not really, can't be really compared to a local municipality. They take care of their own. One of the chairs said, you know, where in any municipality would you have the municipality go and take care of funeral arrangements for a family because they didn't have the money? This is something that they do. They treat their families, everybody's on the community as part of the family. And that's one of the things that they say. You have to recognize that, yes, they have a council and they have bylaws and taxation, but they're not really a municipality. So we do have to recognize that. One of the things that they were concerned about this bill is that it doesn't deal with Section 75, which needs to be addressed to stop dual membership. It's one of the big concerns, and I know that the member from Edmonton Rutherford heard that very clear too. Did nothing about it in the 4 years he was there. They were promised by a previous premier that this would happen, and so they were a little concerned that it isn't addressed in this one, and are hoping that they see some changes come down the road. The other big concern was that, you know, they said we can make bylaws, but there's no way to enforce or collect from members who simply can't afford to pay it. And they gave me some examples of housing arrangements that were made 10, 15 years ago where the individuals also had to put up a portion of that housing project, and then they got money from the settlement as well as the government. And they said sometimes they're still on the hook for that portion of the money because the people just can't afford to pay it back, and there's really no recourse for them to go and collect it. So that's one of the things that they say is it's easy, you can make bylaws, but if you can't enforce them, then there's kind of pointless. One thing that they also made very abundantly clear to me at more than one council is that the president of MSGC does not speak for them. So if you're listening only to one person, you're not getting the full story. You need to get out from under the dome, as they say, go sit around the campfires like I did, go and sit at the kitchen tables like I did, and get the true word. One of the last ones that they were concerned was, that one's kind of not relevant to it, but this other one, the amendment of 6 settlements to agree to the use of the future fund rather than all 8. The concern there was the only way that you could get all 8 settlements to agree to that is if they were going to dissolve the fund and split it equally, and they don't want to see that happen. they want to see that future fund stay there and be utilized for projects going forward. I guess that's a little bit off of the amendment, but as a member of the government, and I know the intentions of the minister are good, and I would ask everyone to support the amendment A1.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And I know you mentioned that you would table at the appropriate time a document I think that you were referring to, so thank you for that. Are there any members wishing to speak to Amendment A1? Seen none. On Amendment A1 as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. Moving back to the main bill, Bill 57, Métis Settlement Amendment Act 2021. Are there any members wishing to speak? I see the Honourable Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise and report progress on Bill 64, 56, and 57. What? Oh, sorry. It's late. I had moved that we adjourn debate.
Okay. So, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill 57, Métis Settlements Amendment Act 2021, when the committee rises. Are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. I see the Honourable Associate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I'd like to move that the committee rise and report progress on Bill 64, 56, and 57.
Being heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader and Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. All right. Can I get Hanson to read, please?
Progress on that, aren't we? Progress. Yeah, I'll just fix it real quick.
Just 1 second. You can do that first and then I'll get up. I see the Honourable Member for Bonneville, Cold Lake, St. Paul has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports progress on the following bills: Bill 64, Bill 56, and Bill 57. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'll take that. Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried and so ordered. I see the Deputy Government House Leader has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know there's many MLAs that honourable members would like to stay longer, work a little bit later into the night, but I think we've made some good progress. So I move that the Assembly be adjourned until 9 a.m. May 26, 2021.
All those members in favour of the motion as moved by the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried and so ordered. The Assembly stands adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.